Victory must always be paid for. Every triumph has its price. And in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, that price is almost always blood. Last time, our heroic acolytes paid the price, and it was a steep one. Now, for those of you tuning in, please make sure you have watched the episode 29, the King episode. We didn't stream it, it's just up on YouTube, but we'll be picking up right where it left off. The three acolytes left standing are gathered in the courtyard of the Flame Falcon's fortress monastery. The broken and battered bodies of their comrades on stretchers or in sacks around them as they are being made ready to be loaded into the gun cutter or transit to surgery. I will apparently have forgotten to bring the appropriate map out of the archive. Here we are. This is the correct background. The acolytes, not the only ones who paid, or the Imperial stormtroopers they requisitioned suffered greatly as well. A full half of their number perished in the fighting, and half again of the survivors are wounded. One of those who made it was the sole survivor of stormtroopers who had accompanied you. A trooper by the name of Jeff, who I believe the plan was to adopt into a warband.
He survived.
Yeah.
I don't know what influence you're using for that, but yeah, Jeff's a hero. He deserves it.
I want to say it was Graves, but I'm not sure.
No one has actually paid for it yet. We'll cover
figure
that
something out
in a bit. But Jeff, being as he is an Imperial Stormtrooper, fairly expensive guy to hire permanently. Is there anything any of the three of you who are up want to do before you start the voyage back to the Mother of Invention?
Cry.
Well, since our other tech priest is indisposed, I guess it would fall to me to appraise the more questionable stuff that was dropped by the local heretics. I'll get to that. Setting aside the more heretical items on their persons, I don't think stormtroopers are authorized to handle them.
They
I'm
are,
taking
actually.
Whatever, I still don't fucking trust them. They're not admech. And also taking stock of the cybernetics that are on them, so if anyone else comes to strip those bodies, they don't fucking screw us over. Like, hey, we seem to be a few cybernetic short. I wonder where they went. It couldn't have possibly anything to do with the fact that we're on a fucking rogue trader ship. No, there's no way any of them would dare steal from the Inquisition. So yeah, I'll be doing that while you guys are having your little shootout in the hangar as Narcia.
Alright. Yeah. You can catalog and make records of everything. In terms of actual usable non-heretical gear, there's very little. You can acquire 2 electro staves and 3 plasma grenades. The rest of it, it's not just heresy, it's warp-tainted heresy.
As opposed to just being alien tech. Ugh.
Yeah, most of this stuff would actually give you guys corruption points to use.
Oh, don't worry, guys. I can use. Let me
Now that
read.
I actually got a piece of paper, so it's 2 electrostaves then?
3 plasma grenades.
Thank you.
Can I have a plasma grenade?
Sure, when you come back. Write it down your sheet.
Based.
Sure, I will pop the stat block of plasma grenades in the Discord for you guys.
Thanks.
There you go. So, yeah, standard grenade range. 2d10 d1 plus 12 energy damage with pen 8 in a blast radius of 2.
That's
I
pretty
remember
stout
them having
damage.
I remember them having a bigger blast radius. I think it was the 3 when they're getting thrown at us.
No, the priests were just throwing blast 2 grenades. There were also shredder grenades being thrown, but plasmas were
No.
only ever 2.
And we
Merz,
didn't
those
recover
big
any shredders.
clouds of fucking fire were certainly scary enough to make me think they were bigger than they were.
And yes, you can get 16 shredders.
Holy
That's
shit.
what I mean. Looking around, Narcia, you can determine the purpose of this installation. Research and development and craftsmanship. This is probably where the shredder was developed.
I will have so much fun in this room. It's a shame Eloa is not up to examine it with me.
Beep bop.
Fucking poor Eloa. Could you fix you up fast enough for you to be able to attend to the dreadnought?
Elo is
everyone is-
rebooting.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah,
I-
if you just want to... Well, yeah, if you just want to hand them out, and I assume exclude Kira because, you know, she's in the plane, then yeah, everyone can get 2 shredders.
My god. This is such a joyful day. We all have now grenades, guys. Please don't forget to use them. They are actually quite good.
I have grenades again.
Yeah, so they might explode on you, but
Right, that reminds me I should erase Cassa's other grenades.
yeah, those are gone.
Yep. Um. Yes. After a little while, Narcia, you're pretty much finished. Oh god, what's the name of the medicinal symbol, Stray?
Lucius?
The medicinal symbol, you mean the Staff of Hermes?
Yeah, but it has a proper name.
The
Oh,
Mechanicus?
Thank you.
Yeah, that. That's what I said. Just
You
mispronounced it.
cut. You also had the first bit of it cut off by your mic,
Nice.
so I got like Adus, which
I know it as the Staff of Hermes, so I just looked up Staff of Hermes, and then
I know it from my
can't
favorite
pronounce
buckler
things.
in Dark Souls.
and yes, Narcy, after a little while, a stormtrooper with the Cadicus marked on both pauldrons will basically assault you, and you either have the choice of shooting the medic for trying to do his job, or going with him back to the dropship because you're incredibly badly injured and he's not going to let... And he is going to physically carry you if he has to.
Well, I'm not as badly hurt as he thinks I am.
You super are, though.
Really, I'm not. Look.
Alright.
Why are you relying on a Fang Stalker?
I'm hissing at him.
Very
aggressively.
charming hissy boy.
That does actually look like you... that's a tie, actually. So... your fate should have refilled, Snips. Would you like to spend one to win this confrontation?
No, I will allow myself to be escorted with my belongings back to the ship.
It's... Yeah. It's not really so much escorting as it is, packing you into a stretcher and then being nursed on by some burly
Allow myself to be
stormtroopers.
fucking put in a stretcher. My pride, my poor pride. Oh no, don't carry me back to the ship.
Mom, your ribs are well, you know the normal number of ribs a standard genome template human has, Mom.
Well, you've never been punched by a power fist before?
Yes, Mum, your rib count has approximately tripled because of the number of breakages. We're carrying you. It's a miracle you haven't punctured your lungs already.
Fine. Do you have another love stick on you? I ran out.
Yes.
Line one up for me.
He does. He uses the heating element on his narthecium for it. It's normally used for cauterizing wounds, but it also makes a handy lighter.
Ah, by the throne and Terra. Bless you, man.
It's my job, ma'am.
Goddamn lifesaver.
The safety and comfort of my patients is essential, ma'am.
I nod and I enjoy my law stick.
Yes. A lot of you are Juno, I assume, since you are a doctor, you're instinctively joining the patients on the ship, right?
Yeah, Juno's literally carrying what's left of Graves back, and she's not letting anybody take him out of her arms.
All right. Yeah. Once he's seen the Stormies are going to be relaying ahead that they'll need an intensive surgical bay prepped and life support tanks. I'm not gonna make you even roll scrutiny. You're fairly certain they think of him as a lost cause, but they're willing to try because, well, they saw the vid feeds of how it happened.
He deserves the chance to live.
Yeah. For once you're on head off. For once, Kira is not in her normal chatty demeanor. Even her cheer is dampened by the sheer amount of blood. And at some point, Juno, one of the medics will have handed you a bag that, well, he, think this is what's left of acolyte Graves, Mom. All of the other bits.
Thank you. I'll just take it and set it in the seat on the gun cutter next to her.
It squelches. I don't know if you've ever handled, like, a tube of raw sausage meat.
Oh yeah.
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 And yes, chat, Graves isn't dead. That's why I said the rest of him.
Yeah.
These are all of the bits that,
Fell off.
aren't still attached to his head.
It's okay. It's holding him back. Yeah, Juno's not gonna be doing much talking on the way up other than just mumbling hymns to the Emperor and rocking Graves. Just kind of bug-eyed and PTSD'd out.
That's... You'll arrive back at the Mother of Invention with no issues. No one's trying to shoot you down. No one's launching an attack. If it wasn't for the fact that so many of you are in pieces, this would be a peaceful trip. And when you arrive, yes, there is a rather large trauma team waiting led by a member of the Adeptus, led by a couple of members of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Given the extent of injuries, their expertise will be absolutely necessary in connecting everyone to the life support machines. And Augie is waiting there as well. Juno. Ah. Oh. Throne. That looks bad.
I would hug you, but I'm covered in blood and holding meat. Excuse me? This is gonna sort of press her shoulder into him for a moment and walk past into the surgery bay.
Yeah. He'll give you a firm clasp on the least bloody shoulder, which you probably can't feel through your armor.
No.
He's trying.
So, no, he can grab my thigh. There's no armor left there. Some
That
blackened
would-
flesh might come off, though.
Yeah, that would be a bit inappropriate right now.
Yeah. Just gonna...
However, as you go to enter the surgery bay, one of the Mechanicus adepts steps into your path. Please hand over the patient.
No, I need to perform surgery.
Negative.
Affirmative.
Negative. Hand over the patient.
But...
It's
Your
alright.
skill is undeniable, Hospitaller. However, your emotional attachment would prove compromising. Hypothetical. Suppose you attempt to save more of his tissue than his body can support because you care about him. He dies. Alternate hypothetical. You cut away everything you have to. He lives. You spend the rest of your days wondering if you could have saved more. Neither hypothetical is conducive to your continued service of the Omnisire.
Have him roll charm? With like a gigantic bonus?
That's a thing techies are good at, isn't it?
That's okay.
There's Fellowship 25, not being trained, and, having an additional,
Minus 20
minus
for dealing
10. Is it a 20?
It is 20 for the Adeptus Mechanicus to deal with members of the Ecclesiarchy and vice versa. At least in every other edition.
They do not like each other at all.
Savin, don't kill Graves for the roleplay, please.
You did say a massive bonus. I'm gonna call that a plus 30. Yeah, it's
Alright, roll a 99. Hey, Lamau.
Ooh. You get it on.
Alright,
Graves
no.
on the ground.
Alright.
Out.
Juno. Longs for Augie's touch too much. She's emotionally broken right now. And while the words of this man do not find purchase in her heart, her own brokenness overwhelms her and she presents the meat bag. And also the nugget. Take care of him, please. There's so little left.
preliminary analysis suggests reconstruction impossible under current circumstances. Corollary, we will preserve life until circumstances are modified.
What circumstances? Where do we have to go?
Priest, the adept turns to look at where another of his kind is examining Eloa. The level of reconstruction required is beyond that which our adepts are authorized to perform. Perhaps, upon her recovery, the tech executor will be able to find a subclause permitting the necessary actions.
Fine. Well, they let me go help Eloa, at least.
No. Oh god, at this point. Fucking Narcia would have picked up on this. Oh, just slide on over. Quick burst of Technolingua, I'll handle this. Listen, Juno, you've been through too much. I know you want to help, but you're not used to anyone in your current state. You need to get some rest. Don't worry, these people know what they're doing. And do not
Doctor,
worry
I
about the
can't.
bureaucracy. I'll take care of it.
I can't just sit by and do nothing.
Yes, you can. They will be fine. They are in very capable hands. This was one of the men that did the reconstruction of my face. Remember what happened to my face?
Yes,
Remember
I
how I was
remember.
caved in by an orc? They can handle this. Trust me.
Juno just
Come.
tears up again.
Everything will be fine. Fucking put a hand over Juno. You know what? Fucking hugging Juno.
No.
This is
See, if
max-
as soon as you start trying, Juno's just
maximum
gonna power armor restrain your arms. No, your ribs. Narcy, it's okay.
fine.
No,
My ribs have
It's-
taken worse.
It's
your
fine.
lungs though.
She's going. This is how Snippy killed his latest character by hugging another character and forcing a rib into a lung.
Narcy, you feel a metallic hand on your shoulder, and then things start going dark as the adept's finger-mounted injector pumps you with painkillers and tranquilizers.
I give a thumbs up.
Good night, Narcy.
The rest is up to the Omnisire. Take me, Lord.
Narcy is wrapped in Mechadendrite's embrace and brought over to a surgical bay of her own. Augie will step up again. Juno, you know she's right. Look. He reaches down, takes one of your breasts. Your hands are shaking, even through your armor. You need to recover yourself. We need you to recover.
Just never felt so helpless before. That thing was a monster.
You aren't helpless, Juno. I don't think a single member of your warband would have lived long enough to make it to Armedi Bay if it weren't for you. But now you have done enough, and you can't help anymore, and you don't need to, Juno. I'll just clasp one of your armored hands. You can rest now.
And is just gonna lean forward and plant her face in his chest and start crying. Eh.
Poor fucking Juno.
Yeah.
She's taking this actually very well, all things considered.
Given how bad everything is, yeah, I think crying in her unofficial hubby's chest is remarkably restrained.
Yeah. Somehow, some way, Juno has yet to get any sort of like mental quirk or psychological debility yet. So
Don't
yeah.
worry, I'm working on getting enough mental disorders for the both of us.
You're getting there, buddy.
Sure am. I'm so close to 30.
Whew.
30 is a permanent psychosis, right?
Yes. Fun
Uh,
times.
Unfortunately, speaking of permanent matters, there are some things that will become apparent on the surgical tables. Baltus, Iavus Graves, you both here?
Hello?
Yes, there you are, Bob.
Okay. Except I'm the mute, just like will instantly remute me. Sorry.
Fair enough. DCL, are you alive as well? Guess we'll deal with him later. But
Uh,
Bob,
Does Dunkles realize he's muted?
I do. I had to go answer the phone.
ah,
I'm glad
Okay,
you could be
so-
here anyway.
yes. But, I was just about to start dealing with those radiation symbols that you were accruing last session.
Do I even have enough money to get cancer now?
It's
Little-
not cancer.
Also a little less mic breathing, please.
I forgot the
Eitho.
radiation symbols altogether. Oh god, what is this?
So, Baltus, Graves, could you both just roll me an unmodified toughness test? Oh, well, I say unmodified. If you have any sort of resistance talents, like resistance warp or resistance mutation, go ahead and let me know.
Oh no!
I have resistant psyker.
That'll apply. You'll get a plus 10 to the test.
Eee. Ooh.
Ooh. I'm gonna use a fate point. What?
You don't want to get a
Big money, big
malignancy?
money. Big money, big money, big money. No whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
What's it be? Even worse.
Only by 2, but
Who?
at least it wasn't a critical.
All right then. So, Baltus, you failed with 3 degrees. Would you like to spend another fate to reduce that 3 degrees to 2 degrees?
Yes.
Okay. I will be honest with you here. The difference is 1 corruption point. But 1 corruption point can be all the difference in the world. So I'm just laying that out transparently before you commit to spending it.
Bob, shit adds up. Do it.
I said I did it.
Yeah. I was
am-
just clarifying what it was for in case you wanted to change your mind on account of it being just 1.
I mean, yeah.
So, Graves had 4 radiation tokens. That would mean on a failure, he would have gained 45 plus degrees of failure. Instead, you succeed. You get 2d5 minus 3 corruption DCL.
What happens if I spend a fate to make that an extra success?
2d5 minus 4.
I'm going to do that.
Okay.
God, the Megas
Two-
are scary.
2d5 minus 4, you said?
Yep.
Is it gonna be minimum 1 or minimum 0?
Minimum 1.
Look at that. Only 1. We are clean boys.
Yeah.
Do you really want to spend that?
Pure.
I guess you already spent it, so.
Yeah, I already spent it.
Purest.
Yep. Your soul will bear a scar of this encounter, but that is all. Baltus, on the other hand, you had 2 radiation markers, and then you failed.
Yeah, of course. I'm...
So, you did have spent an extra fate, so you're going to get 2d5 plus 2 corruption.
Ah, yes, the cries of a man going insane.
You're fine for now. You probably won't live long enough to get a tentacle.
No, I'm definitely getting a tentacle. I'm already at 5 corruption, so this is automatically like.
I mean, you're going to get a malignancy, but you won't get a tentacle. Tentacles don't happen until like 30 or 40.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. Not as bad as it could have been.
That is a malignancy, though, huh?
Yep, it's in a malignancy, and there's no way to get these off. By the way, just so
Yep.
you know.
Oh, don't I know it? I've had one since the beginning of the game.
So, you need to roll a +0 willpower test.
Wow.
Nice.
Why
Of course,
couldn't I
you're a
roll that for
psyker.
the toughness test? Which was the toughness test was even higher than. Okay.
Ah, well. Yeah. Your soul is wounded. It will bear a mark for eternity, but that mark is all that the Magus has left on you. Your body is not impacted by
I would like to gently remind the
his
crowd
taint.
he's a psyker. He was born tainted.
Shut up.
He literally was. That is.
I
how
know,
that
but
works.
he doesn't have to say it.
Oh, I do. Don't forget who you serve.
The
I
Emperor.
mean, if I keep going down this path, you better hope I forget who I serve.
Listen, I believe in your ability to roll better on your next set of toughness tests.
Oh no, I'm guaranteed that when corruption is available, my rolls will let me get corruption.
Yeah, but indeed, it appears that you have proved me a liar, for there is no paint, no secret shame that surgery reveals.
Someone's popular.
Yeah, I know.
I say no secret shame. DCL, does Graves have a secret shame on, like, the tiny bit of his body that's left?
A secret shame? No, no.
Yes.
His secret
I
shame from his
know.
butthole, which he lost.
I mean, if he had one, it's gone now.
Fair, fair. I suppose the, paw print tattoos would have been around, but
I mean, his unsecret shame was that he was never young enough to become a Marine to better serve. But other than that,
I mean, to be fair, on a far-flung world like that, the only people that would recruit you would either be the people you don't want or the Banana Boys, who are the best, and I love them.
The fists.
Imperial Fists.
but yes.
Yay.
You don't want, like, the Carcharodons to find your world.
or perhaps you do if you know you like ripping and tearing until it's done.
I mean, to be fair, they would incredibly suit. Like, if Graves was a space marine, the Carcharodons would suit him. But the thing is, the Carcharodons would have killed all of the things that haunted you on your world, and then force you to fight to the death a group of survivors, kill them all, and then you would be indoctrinated into their order.
See,
Yeah,
there's
can
the
we just use Space Wolves instead? They're much more chill.
I mean, that's what I was.
mean,
Space Wolves don't recruit outside of their home planet.
Exactly.
yeah, and their one attempt at a successor chapter went really badly.
No, it's
No, that's
okay. They have a
exactly
new
what I'm
successor
suggesting of.
chapter that was fanwank and then became canon now. They're made entirely of Primaris.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Really?
Wolf Spear. Yeah,
Yep.
the Primaris
You
cured
heard
it all.
me.
Because,
Remember,
the Mary Sue, extra special Sigmarines. I mean, Space
Rem-
Marines.
remember the Primaris, the things that shouldn't have existed because we already had Mary Sues, the double Mary Sues. Yeah, they decided to fix the Canis Helix.
Yeah. I like the idea behind trying for the Primaris Marines. I think Call could have been done well. He shouldn't have succeeded unequivocally, like he has. And really, most of all, the Primaris line should have just been for regular Space Marines.
But then they
Yeah.
can't sell you more miniatures.
Yeah, they can.
No, but Grognards, who's been using the same Space Marine armies, would just continue using the same minis if they were just normal Marines. You have to make them
That's
extra
fine.
special and big.
We nerf all of them, and then we make a newer Space Marine race.
Oh no, they got it
We
right.
call them the Custodes, and we give them bikes. Like, I'll stop right now.
No. See, the thing is, everyone, all the other guys decided to sell off their old Marines to buy new Primaris Marines, and then they came out with an update that boosted the health points of the basic Marines again. So they'd
Man,
have to buy all those normal Marines.
Man, I sure am glad I cooked some French fries for all of this salt.
You know, I like the Primaris Marines. I'm glad they injected a shred of hope into 40k, what with Rowboat coming back and everything.
I'm glad I never played.
Yeah,
40K.
and then the Necrons decided to sit on its face and cackle as they extinguish all souls in the universe.
I just really wanted that. Okay, so we'll get back to it really quick. I wanted them to pull you know how we've been, talking about Rowboat this whole time? No, fuck you. The Lion comes back because it was so obvious that Rowboat was gonna come back and be the Golden Stellar Boy. I really wanted it to be like, haha. We got the Lion coming back this time, and he's gonna save the universe because his chapter actually has development and controversy.
Yeah. No, it should have been Vulcan, the unequivocally nice guy.
Vulcan lives.
Yeah,
Stomp,
Vul-
stomp.
Vulcan is just too nice, unfortunately.
That's a problem.
Yeah, I fully expect the Lion to return with 10th and be the Lord Commander of Imperial Nihilus after they decide to turn Dante into some sort of fucking Titan dreadnought thing.
Well, you do know that they're just going to they're going to pull some shit and Dante's just going to be Sanguinius Reborn. That's how 40k works.
Anyway, let's get back to slightly more sensible 40k and the hospital episode.
Yeah, let's do that.
So,
We're here at the hopsicle.
I'm not going to make you guys roll for like how long it takes you to get back up. This is just gonna be a thing that happens.
It's 3 months later.
I mean, it's going to be at least 1 month, possibly more, dependent on some decisions. But yeah, actually, I really need to go and use the restroom.
Okie
I'll be
dokie.
back.
You're telling me you don't
I'll
have
be
a
back.
shit bucket set up?
That shit will sneak up on you. You'll be sitting there and
Exactly.
then you'll be sitting there and then all of a sudden, god damn, I have to piss.
You don't have a problem. You got a shit bucket.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Oh, this is going fine. Didn't even get a single mutation. We're all doing great, guys. You feel like winners?
And-
I feel like a winner.
And
This
I'd
is
also
winning.
like to point out, Bob, that you may hate malignancies and stuff like that, but the thing is, remember, this is a Merz game, and we may eventually stumble upon another font of, like, the Emperor's power, and it just, cure you.
Or
We're
smite
just
you.
we're just as likely to find that as another horrible den of iniquity, because Merzendi has a big brain.
But what about just getting smitten?
They'd
'Cause
smote.
Heresy. Smote,
No.
yeah, getting
Smote.
smote.
If you're smitten, then you are overwhelmed with Eros desire.
Oh fuck. I've been using that wrong the whole time. That explains some things.
Yeah. When someone strikes you, you have been smoked. Smitten is maybe it meant something different way back when, but nowadays people say, when they'll look at someone really hot and be like, "Oh my god, I perchance to dream upon him, and now I am smitten."
Your language is weird.
Every fucking language is weird. It was a past participle of smite, and now it's turned into like a falling in love thing.
All of those very good points.
And people who use that are usually jackasses too.
I'll fit right in then.
Also, saying smote just is way more fun than saying smitten.
Yeah.
That's also a great point.
Yeah.
No, smitten is a way more fun word. I'm just factually wrong.
I'm back.
Factually.
Shut up, Savin.
Oh, where's your English degree, huh?
No, shut up.
That's not fair.
Don't you
He's
judge
cheating.
me.
I'll just sit here with my math degree.
You're both cheating.
Shut up and divide by 0.
What if I
That's-
could?
But that's easy. It's just 0.
Oh.
All right.
It is in fact infinity, Snips.
Hello.
Hello.
Alright.
Yeah.
Yo.
Been back for like a minute. I was trying to say hello.
No, we heard you the first time. We just kept talking because we're rude.
I mean,
Who
if you're
keeps
gonna
dying?
put it like that, DCL.
Oh, okay.
Douglas? Something up with your connection?
I see a mute symbol.
Probably life getting in the way, as per usual.
Yeah.
It did actually have him as offline on the other side bar. So.
Look in the chat.
That's...
Just
throw technical difficulties on top of everything else.
Yeah.
Yay.
All right. I guess focus on rebuilding one other person while we try to get DCL back. Oh, DCL's back. Hi, DCL.
Maybe back.
You can hear us now?
One, two, three. Okay.
Here, we can hear.
But now we can't talk.
It's
Okay.
fine.
There we
Devs
go.
can't talk
There we
either.
go.
It's
Welcome
appropriate.
back, DCL.
What the fuck?
Okay. Existence is pain, but here we are.
Yeah.
Kitty.
Speaking of existence being pain,
Oh, poor Annie.
Yes. So... Well, start with... So... Baltus, you were critically injured, but relatively lightly. And, you were given field repairs to get you back to a decent state of health. Juno, your critical damage may as well have not existed, but you're a bit more wounded in the moment than Baltus. The two of you are going to be joint first to recover fully.
Wait, what? How...
we're basically fine, my dude.
Yeah. Okay. No. I I just read that I was like so far into the red. Like, wait, I got a little bit of healing.
Did you get any? Did you lose any limbs, Bob?
No.
His arms got
Some were-
broken, but you know.
Yeah,
And I healed those with my mind.
Yeah. He got sufficient field medicine, either psychic or actual first aid, but out of the actual PCs, Baltus has the most wounds at the start of this session.
Amazing.
Hi, Kitty.
Kitty. He's being a loud boy today.
He is.
Wah!
He's always kind
My
of a
girl's being
loud boy,
quiet.
but... Oh.
She's here. She's being cuddly right now.
No.
Wasn't
Give her
she
pats.
always a quiet cat, though?
Annie's sometimes loud when she wants attention.
Okay.
All right.
Adorable.
So... Juno, Baltus, you two are first back to livingness. What are you going to be doing?
Clinging onto Augie like my life depends on it.
I mean, it takes you, like... Well, you've got 3.5 weeks before...
Did I stutter?
You know, fair enough. You can just stick with him for the whole time.
Yeah, it's gonna be that and just sitting with people in the recovery ward, and that's about it. Juno doesn't
That'll
have
be good for your
real
psyche.
downtime activities to take care of here.
Fair enough. There will be some times Augie has to actually head down to the planet's surface, formalize diplomatic connections with royals and the like.
Well, it's a
Uh,
good thing Juno speaks the language and knows, or at least has interacted with these people, so it's very, very convenient for her to come with.
Oh yeah,
You guys are playing Star Trek. Nice.
if Juno is in a fit state to do that, then sure. If you don't mind, we won't play those scenes
Yeah,
out in
that's fine.
detail.
That's fine.
I would like you to roll a charm. I'll roll a charm for Augie, and I'll also roll for the Queen.
Okay. Well, any bonuses or penalties?
Flat 0, unless you have any talents that would be applicable. I care more about degrees of success than starting difficulty.
Fair snuff.
Ugh. My God. Remember the guys that shot you? You're gonna get shot again.
Wait, hang on. Wait, before you re-roll. Hey, Savin, is this your first roll of the night?
It is.
And your first roll of the night of the day earlier was a nat 1.
Yes.
Do you want a hug?
Yes. It's all Juno's wanted. It's just hugs.
Also, Tristan.
Also, just
I mean,
okay. Let's.
He gets plenty of hugs on third watch. Calm down.
Oh God. Okay, let's try again, but with feeling this time. Okay.
There you go.
Christ. Yeah, it's for a moment the mask slips and the PTSD comes rushing back. Then deep breath, suck all that back in, tighten the corset. All right, keep going. We're gonna be fine. God, Augie's so
Alright.
charming.
He really is. If the Queen... you get the impression that if the Queen wasn't astute enough to figure out the two of you were an item, she would be making some serious plays on him.
Back off, bitch.
Harem time.
I mean,
I mean, he is a rogue trader. That's like his goal in life, isn't it?
It may be one of his goals, but you know the Queen has been raised to only be monogamous. On
well,
pain of death.
we can fix that. It'll be fine.
Yes, you can. You can properly introduce him to her. He's pretty smooth, but well, actually, let's just pop an int roll for him. But it takes him a while to get the language, so you are going to smooth over a fair few accidental misspeaks or like cultural faux pas. But
good. That's great.
between the two of you, you make them seem like charming affectations rather than even unintentional insults.
Is it?
Go ahead, Bob.
Would there be anything Baltus to do to help?
I'm sure Baltus could join the trade. the diplomatic delegations.
You both are very familiar with the planet, and you're holy as fuck as you receive the flame.
Yeah.
The better people do it, really.
Yeah. Although, yeah. Is Baltus going to join the delegation to the northern front with Juno and Augie himself? Or would you perhaps like to lead one elsewhere?
Mm,
You know, after all, both the Central Front and the Ashen Fronts have have governing polities of their own, although the Central Front owes at least some degree of fealty to Queen Alexandra in the north.
I'll try the Ashen Front.
Ah, so you will actually be meeting the Queen Moira.
Good luck.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I will. Let's.
That's fine. This is your chance. You can be the lady man. You always knew you wanted to.
Mhm.
Seduce her.
Okay. So, Bob, I have a question.
Yeah.
How do you feel about tomboys?
And how
Yeah.
Bob feels.
Hang on, Bob needs to go change his pants real quick.
Yeah, you miss it. Yeah. No, Juno, this was mine.
No, this is mine. Fuck off.
Yeah, I am.
Alright, I will, what's the command to make a token of, like, show up real big these days?
Shift Z.
Shift Z.
I
Z,
didn't even know there was a
yes.
command for that.
Alright,
That's right. You call Z the weird one.
Yeah, Z.
Oh, that's neat.
Woo!
Ooh, she pretty.
yes.
Oh,
And you meet her. Moira is unmistakably a woman, but a woman of particularly martial character. More, a woman who has made more than a little effort to inherit the Imperium's legacy. Over her velvet garb, which is cut in very similar way as officers of the Imperial Guard, she wears carapace armor, and the sword hung behind her throne crackles with electricity, and if you send a psychic surge towards it, for a moment bursts in flame. For her size, it is a claymore, but looking, there is no doubt. But when this sword was once wielded by a champion of the Flame Falcons, it was a fine dueling blade.
Wow.
Yeah, she's fucking imposing as shit. She has an Astartes power sword. Just let that sink in.
And more than just her captains and champions, though they leave their blades at the door, their blades are not simple steel. They are roaring chain blades, handles so long that men of their stature have no choice but to wield them with two hands. Yes, Winter, the Flame Falcons were Space Marines.
Nice.
She at some point got a Space Marine power sword for her personal weapon, and much of her nobility have Space Marine chain blades.
Well, she got a.
That's pretty cool.
She actually has a force sword, from what I understand.
Or a power
Perhaps.
sword. That is, a little bit of warp fucker is involved. Because the Flame Falcons just, they light on fire. We really know how that works. It just does.
Mm-hmm. But and everybody else is trying to wield their fucking uh trying. Well, I assume they're really good at this point. They've been working on their giant hunks of metal.
Fucking hench.
Yes. Yes, Baltus. So, Juno has negotiated an alliance in principle with Queen Alexandra to bring Moira's kingdom under Alexandra's rule. Whether that involves the death or simply the submission of Moira wasn't specified. But now you see her, what directions would you like to take your diplomatic meeting?
Hmm.
This is too likable. Game of Thrones time.
I mean,
Oh, yeah,
is she likable? She's hot,
I like
obviously,
her.
and has a bunch of
Yeah.
imperial shit. But what the personality like?
Care how bad it is. She is martially inclined, which makes her instantly the superior choice of a leader in this universe.
Well, it's going to depend on the initial direction Baltus takes. Because you guys didn't go to meet her as a collective. This is
just gonna be me by myself, more or less.
yeah.
Do I
And-
actually have any representatives from the Rogue Trader with me?
Yes, you'll have like some officer escorts from his vanguard and probably a mid-ranked seneschal. Not the primary seneschal, as they're staying on the ship while Augie is in the northern front. But like their second, so like the third or fourth in command of the vessel is with you.
All right.
Would you like to consult them for advice?
They must have more experience at this.
Yeah.
There's initials.
Yeah, I would like some advice.
Just look at her. She's already got the bearing of a martial lord, and that equipment, she'll be well suited to integration. But it might leave her with too much pride. The Northern Queen, we know, she has no choice but to bow. She knows it as well. This one, she might think she could resist. And honestly, with with the number of bunkers and holdfasts still extant with scan, that she might well be able to for a while. Either make her a friend, or draw out that pride. Draw her into a rash battle where we can crush her immediately. Choice is yours, acolyte. But for my part, I think she would be a valued servant if she can be brought to serve.
Hmm.
And if nothing else, you should discover the story of that sword.
Okay. I guess I should. We've already pretty much agreed to the other queen, right? That we're gonna get Mora to submit to her, or make her
That
disappear.
she was going to be the prime ruler under Augie. Yes, that was what we have intimated.
Yes. Juno has an alliance in principle. It's going to be up to you whether you try to honor that prior agreement here, or you
could be a dickhead
stab
and
the Northern Kingdom in the back.
yeah, you can definitely try that. Like, maybe this one can swing the deal and give us much more than the other queen is willing. Not like they have a
Telling you,
choice.
make them
They have a
compete
spaceship.
to take out all the Tau, and then whoever actually gets rid of them gets to become queen of the planet. That'll be great. Also, ask if this queen is into becoming a harem girl. Just ask for a friend.
Okay, so I do think I'm gonna try and go for the friendly approach. Maybe because she's definitely suited to be like some sort of general. Actually, what might actually be easier is if we got her off planet. I know that sounds nuts.
So you're
But
saying
what
recruit the tomboy?
yeah. Well,
I support this plan. Get you a waifu.
Turn her guards into basically stormtroopers. No, because we're probably going to get Imperial Guard regiments off of that, and her units seem to be just superior fucking Imperial Guardsmen.
I will not say that the Ash Clan troops are almost on level with Inquisitorial stormtroopers. I'm not saying that at all, and I'm not saying
Oh no, they're
that
terrible.
Oh no!
Actual raw stat wise, dice will be fucking dice, but
I don't know if that's meant to be a compliment or an insult, Merzendi.
yeah.
Yes.
And it's not like the her noble her kingdom's noble cast are actually just some of the best guys I have in my technically a mook list.
Technically a mook, so that means when they go to crits to die instantly. Still have a chance.
Oh no, they're elite mooks, but elite mooks are still mooks.
Fuck.
Okay, definitely going for the friendly. I'll see. Okay, does she even know that she's now part of the Imperium now? I mean, or do I have to break it to her that, oh yeah, your planet is already owned? It's up. It's
Yeah,
more like
remember the Imperium? Remember us? We're back.
Alright, so sure. Yes, I know of the Imperium. I know that you returned since the day your sword sage, your... how do you say it? Tech priest? Info executioner? Since she fell from heaven, I knew you had returned. Alright, if you are going for friendly, roll charm. Or actually, are you going for just friendly, or are you going for flirtatious friendly?
Or you could also just try to threaten her. I'm sure that's gonna go just fine. Don't do that.
Oh
Or
yeah.
is asking some leading questions here.
Yeah. uh.
I mean, so it's just how many air quotes is friendly? And
Yeah. I. You know what? I'm actually gonna go for flirt friendly. I know that's gonna ruin this. My fellow. I will now roll a 100.
Bob, go
What?
with your heart and have faith in the dice.
No, don't go with your heart.
If
Go with your
you're
boner.
yeah, if you're destined to bone this woman, you shall.
All right. I'm gonna try and flirt.
alright, so let me just take a look at Baltus. Do you have any cybernetics that visibly cyber?
Other than my psychic hood,
Oh yeah, the hood.
and I could technically rip the skin off of my arm.
The psychic hood is good enough. In fact, that's probably extra good, because you know what that looks like to someone who doesn't quite know what it is. That looks like a crown of jewels. Enjoy a +10 to seducing her.
I mean, to be fair, Baltus is actually highborn, I believe, so I mean, it works.
The cream of the crop.
Yes. Please do apply your highborn bonus for dealing with fellow fancy people. I think that's a thing still.
No.
Oh.
Breeding counts, baby.
It is, but that just reduces influence losses.
Okay.
I mean, of course, you could spend some of your influence on promises and gifts and the like.
Hmm. No, not willing to go quite that far yet. Because I think I can maybe work. Yeah, I think I have an angle. I don't know how well this'll work, but I think I have an angle. Either on planet or off planet.
All right, what's the angle?
Oh no, I meant in I know I telling you later, but this is besides me just flirting with her. She really needs to be in control of like the military period. As far as on planet, I don't really care. But she should be her and her kin should be in charge of like the military going off planet, so that only the best ever actually joins the Imperial fucking Guard, or House Stormtroopers or whatever.
So you're gonna promise her the stars. I
Yeah,
like it.
literally.
You see? He's a good.
Just for those of you that don't know, though I think I have mentioned this before, In the days of the Great Crusade, Leth was famous for its regiments in the Imperial Army. It produced some of the best jungle and bad terrain fighters in the whole Crusade, rivaling even the Catachans.
Holy fuck! Yeah,
Well-
no, these guys are. Damn.
Actually, I didn't know that.
Make
Yeah,
her a
it-
new commandant.
The new commandant. Promise her the stars.
Yeah,
We
we
got
do
this.
have a new opening actually for a new commandant and a whole shitload of inquisitorial stormies. So
It's gonna lose.
You
That's
you
not
are
how that
meant
works.
to give those Stormies back to the Ordo Hereticus after this
yeah,
deployment.
see,
again-
we will, and we won't. We'll almost give all of them back too, numerically speaking. Some of them will
That's
just be
not-
different people.
That's not how that works, though.
Why not?
Because stormtroopers specifically have to be trained through the Scholar Progenium.
Yeah,
So
these guys are just as
question.
good though.
Basically,
Who's
what
gonna
we're planning to
care,
do,
really?
Vassalize
I
the
don't
North.
feel like being blamed by the Officio Assassinorum for heresy.
Well, fine. They
Anyway,
can be
what was that,
household guard
Snippy?
for Augie.
Basically, what we're gonna try to do is convince her to let herself be vassalized for the opportunity to raise and lead the new guard regiments.
Yeah.
Vassalize her
Seems like
directly
a-
to Augie so she doesn't have to be humiliated with
Smart.
vassalizing to the queen directly. It's great. It'll be fine.
Yeah, actually, that could work. It doesn't have to be vassalized to the fucking queen because technically Augie is in charge of the planet, and Augie has the fucking ship in orbit, so the other queen can get banned.
Yeah. Well. See, I did think of something like a really weird Polish-Lithuania situation, where one queen basically sets the civil, like the upper queen that's vassalized technically has all the civil situation set up, but Moria would get like basically be like Prussia. A weird combination of Poland, Lithuania, and Prussia, where
So Alexandra would run the state and a small self-defense force, and Moira would run the main body of the planet's army and a small semi-autonomous state.
yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
I think that's what we're going for.
Yeah, if you can succeed the charm roll to
to sleep with her.
And also,
to get her on board and in your bed, then yeah, you can probably get that plan approved by her.
Okay, let's. All right, I only get the +10. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
Alright. I am going to attempt to counter charm you.
Like a bard?
no, nobody uses counter charm.
Uh this will have a bonus degree of success for her. Oh. Baltus, your plan is fairly good. You're going to have to make her additional concessions. Also, you're on bottom in bed.
Oh,
Don't think he has a problem with that.
Baltus, question. Does Baltus have functional testes?
yes.
Alright. Roll toughness. you are highborn, you will have a plus 15.
Roll to pull out.
Alright.
Not pull out.
Your seed is potent. She is from a feudal world. She has a minus 20, but she is from the ruling class, so it's just a minus 15. Congratulations, Baltus. You aren't going to know it yet. But the Corbec line is going to join with hers.
Yeah. All right. Victor, I win. I win the game, guys.
Yeah, congratulations. You have successfully produced an heir. You can go now. We'll get back to you for the succession game and the Dark Imperium.
Yay!
Oh yeah. Captain's log. Score.
Which the suggestion game will just be all of our characters after we got lost in the warp for 20 years.
No.
Okay.
But yes, you can get her on board. You can get her in bed. She is, at first, a bit of an ice queen, but, you're an Inquisition boy. You can actually do the whole, thing where you talk about your martial exploits, or at least your teams. You can, get into a common interest with her. Sounds like she would really quite like to meet Graves at some point. But, that's, like... She wants to meet him and then wants to try her luck against him. But you get her into you. At least enough for a night. I don't know if you have enough grounds for a long-lasting relationship, or if you have the interest in one. But the option is there if you want to try to pursue it. In terms of diplomacy, you will have to give her a bit more than just an army with a state. Need to be guarantees about supplies and such like. But, as a whole, she is willing to swear fealty to House Lupus and serve them as as the Archduchess of the Southlands.
Okay.
Well done. Negotiations mostly successful. Ignore the fact that your butt hurts.
I see this as an absolute win.
Win.
And just be thankful she didn't manage to acquire a power whip from the Space Marines.
Oh, jeez.
Those are a thing?
Probably.
They are,
know
but
what?
you don't see them in the. No, wait. There is a force whip.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
God.
sure the Delder have all sorts of power whips and
Yeah.
power bottoms
Delta,
and
I mean, come on.
no.
That would be like a thing the Banana Boys have.
Fucking Custodes.
No,
Oh no,
no.
the half-naked
Not-
Custodes.
Not the Golden Boys. The Imperial Fists with their love for the pain
Pain
glove.
glove.
Spanking,
magical paintball.
whipping, we got all of it in one package.
But yeah, I think the Imperium would probably call it a power scourge or power flail. And I know for a fact that the Imperium has power scourges. Back in the day, the Sister Superior in a Sister Repentia squad wielded a power scourge.
Oh yeah, like 5th edition.
Fifth? I don't. I'm pretty sure it was third or fourth, because by fifth, the sisters had already gotten into Codex Strout.
Yeah, shit.
Alright. Oh yeah, according to Ram, that is still what the Repentia Overseer wields in the current edition.
Sounds legit.
Juno has in her share of the power whip.
Yes. That does actually mean the diplomatic situation on Lev is mostly resolved. But a few days after you guys have dealt with that, Narcia, your ribs have been fused back together. And in some cases, reinforced. It's free of charge. Additional calcite plating and small adamantium spires linking them. You can join your fellow acolytes in the realm of actually doing things other than laying in a hospital bed.
Okay. Now that I'm outside of the hospital bed, I have to do a fuckload of bureaucromancy for all of this.
Yeah. Also, at some point, one of you guys... I bring this up now because you have basically been considered the on-paper leader of a warband. But, you know, another person could have done it while you were still down. One of you should really send a report on this action to Inquisitor Reeve.
Writing that up now as we speak. Of course, I'm going to give him the abbreviated astropath version.
Yeah. So, you were, but since Narcia joined and she is officially a throne agent, you have seemed to cede paperwork authority to her. And when I say paperwork authority, I mean the pointless fucking bureaucratic busy work that nobody actually wants to deal with. You guys are remarkably democratic in the field. It's good. It's a way of keeping the warband healthy and not murdering each other because, you know, your so-called leader picked the best horse and left the rest of you to have to ride on donkey dicks.
Unlike Snippy's fanfiction.
Oh, you think that's fan fiction? That's just a journal.
Alright. But yes, if you are willing to let Narcia be the one to send the report, Narcia, roll me some sort of interaction test. This could be charm, it could be deceive, intimidate, command even. Just something
Command.
like that to to determine the tone and the effectiveness of your report.
Okay, so I could do something fun here. Something very fun. You tell me I can use inquiry, right?
Yeah?
I use inquiry because as a seeker, I can just guarantee a success if I fuck up too badly. And I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna use a fate point to automatically success with 4 degrees of success.
All right. So, your report is fairly cursory, but the main body of it comes from, sorry, excuse me. Apologies, sir. The main body of your report comes from interviews with the acolytes and stormtroopers who joined in on the fight. You can send that off to Inquisitor Reeve. Now, everyone, now that the after-action report has been sent, it's time for an influence gain.
Yay!
Hooray.
All right. Each of you will be rolling independently. And you'll be rolling 1d10 plus 1d5 plus 14.
What?
Does that actually work within brackets?
Yes.
Plus 14?
Yep.
Damn.
So
Buh!
dealing with the R&D facility is a d10 plus 5. Killing Dark Magos King just by himself is a d5 plus 5. And then Narcia sold it really well, so she gives you an extra plus 4. Savin, there is no such number.
Nice.
Oh my god.
Bob, you either need to do /R in front of that, or put the whole thing in square brackets. Like,
Okay, so
2 square brackets on either side, or just /R 1d10 plus 1d5 plus 14.
oh, okay. I didn't actually think that would work.
Yep.
Okay, just double bracket and then hover over what I did and just copy my formula.
And each one of those would be their own bracket, right?
No. Look in voice chat text. That's exactly what you need to do.
Oh.
Bob,
Oh, okay. Okay, I see it.
you didn't think /R with multiple different dice would work?
I did not.
There you go. Have a silly.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I just know I have a bad time actually writing those out too. So
It's fair enough. But yes, I will roll for Cassa. DCL, are you around?
I'm here right now. Yeah.
It's influence gain time.
Ah, I see.
You are going to get 1d10 plus 1d5 plus 14 influence.
Plus
You
what?
tried so hard.
see,
14.
It's what Bob keeps trying.
That squiggly bracket on the end fucked you up.
yeah, it's there. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Ooh.
Rolling that D10 pretty low.
Oh my God! I missed it, guys. I'm so close. I almost won it twice today.
Well,
I got one more.
Don't
I
worry.
almost got
Nobody's gonna
69.
get less than me. It's guaranteed. Just a desk jockey after all.
I got 68 influence. So close.
can I give Bob one influence?
You can spend 2 for him to get 1.
No,
No.
don't do it. Then it's not worth it. Yeah.
All right.
See, that would bring me to a
Question,
nice
guys.
multiple of 10 if I spent 1, but no.
Does Jeff deserve to get influence here?
Not really.
Absolutely.
I mean, how well do I have to dress it up?
If you
Sole
Uh,
survivor, Merz.
Okay, he's going to get to roll at advantage. If he gets to roll. Are you portraying Jeff as a hired member of the warband?
A potential.
Potential isn't good enough.
I know it's not.
As in, he has to be hired from the get-go, or if
Okay.
we, like this guy did so well, we are hiring him.
Here's the thing. I remember DCL saying that he wants to grab him, he'll pay for him, and he will train him in melee. So if DCL is willing to fund the cost, then yes, of course, I'll portray it as he's hired.
DCL's stepped away. But yes, in that case, it sounds like you probably are going to.
Mhm.
So. Oh, sorry. I didn't need to roll a second time. Because Jeff just goes straight
Wow.
up to 50 influence.
Yeah. He is more influential than most of us, which
Uh,
makes sense.
Speak for
Probably
yourself,
had
son.
What's yours at, Savin?
91.
Yeah.
You can just hire
Because
Space
you
Marine at
you
this point.
didn't have to
Buy a new
pay
body.
for replacement body parts.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. Doing all right.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear that.
Poor Cassa, after having to replace everything, she needs to. She gained a total of 1.
Aw, poor baby.
Oh,
Hey, that's an 8 gain.
It is. It's a very small net gain. She's now on 36 instead of 35.
I mean, that's what I started out at. Actually, I think
She is a hired elite mook, but a mook nonetheless. She doesn't have many illustrious deeds in the field. Certainly no fucking
Well-
Jeff. Tell you that much.
yeah, she didn't
She-
immediately go right to the meat grinder. That's true. She
She's contributed far more than Jeff.
Yeah, she has, but
Hey, but have you seen how I dressed up Jeff's report? You haven't read it. That's why you're saying that now.
Yeah. Cassa has done more than Jeff overall, but I do actually think in that single encounter, Jeff did more there than Cassa has done in any one situation.
That's fair. That's fair.
Fucking our determination to make him a fucking character. There you go, guys. He's a character. It'll be so much more
Yeah,
tragic when he dies. You brought this upon yourselves.
Though you did also collectively argue and badger me into just letting him start with a fate point.
It worked.
Alright. So people are diplomatizing Narcia's report writing. I think the next person to come back online. Stray, are you here?
I suppose.
Alright. Eloa isn't fully back to health. But she's able to wake up and the admech do need to talk to her. First off, going through the list of... well, they'll immediately rig Eloa up with a rudimentary cyber eye, just so she can examine the
Why-
cybernetics they present.
Why don't they just make sure that I'm plugged into my Auspex servo skull.
Mm. It feels more
Silence.
personal when it's just directly connected to your brain.
Mm.
It may perhaps just be a superstition of um, the tech adept in charge of your recovery, but still.
He's probably hive worlder. Practically a barbarian.
Honestly, he's probably Voidborn or Stationborn, which is almost as bad. But in either case, he hooks you up with a visual implant so you can gauge what augments you wish, and after the cranial augments finished being implanted, we'll visit you again. Greetings, Tech Executor.
What is it you desire?
We require your wisdom and your authorization.
Beyond even that which the vessel's high engine seer cannot provide?
Correct.
Continue then.
Just one moment, I need to pour myself a drink.
Oh boy, here comes the anti-negatification. I can't pronounce the word.
Alright. The adept will proffer a data pad. This pad contains information on the status of your comrade, Iavus Graves. With your permission, I will connect it to your Mind Impulse unit.
Continue.
Plugs it in, and yeah. You can see what happened to Graves. Graves shouldn't be alive. Graves has lost all of his limbs. He's lost the lower half of his torso. The remnants have been scarred, but he is clinging to life. His heart still beats. The half of his lung that has been connected up to a machine still draws breath. He still lives. Info Executor. Unit Acolyte Iavus Graves cannot be saved utilizing normal methodology. Too much has been lost.
Hmm. He is a superior specimen of an executioner of the Omnissiah's will.
Agreed.
By my right as info executor, I hereby unlock the methodology, and write the ancient lore of techno-resurrection. I am feeding the information to this unit now.
please confirm authorization.
Authorization. Eloa, Delta Omicron, Lathe Hesh. And boop. And I'll
Yes.
buy another one.
You don't need to.
Okay.
You can cite a passage in a restricted techno Bible which permits it. Authorization received. Note, Info Executor. Our current resources are stretched thin. Significant casualties were inflicted. His unit acolyte graves will be restored, but additional time will be required.
Recommendation. After we are done on this planet, translate to Forge World.
Recommendation. This one seconds that recommendation. It has already been passed to Lord Captain Lupus. He awaits consent of Inquisitorial Unit.
Excellent. Then we are finished. I will return to stasis.
Negative, Info Executor. Important information remains.
Go on then.
The fortress assailed was held by our traitorous brethren. Analysis of retrieved cogitator arrays has been hampered. Several translation servitors have been corrupted and we have been forced to terminate them. Result, we have quarantined the information and records from the facility, awaiting your awakening.
I only have my face back, right?
Yeah, and, your internals.
None of my internals were vaporized.
Oh, yeah, your internals have been brushed up and, taken care of.
They just couldn't help themselves.
But you still
They just
have...
opened you up.
Yeah. Your mind impulse unit has basically been given a spit shine.
Okay, so what is the entirety of what he's saying to me? Do I need to go leave with my legless body to go and interact with this? I mean, I do have maglev coils, but
No. He can give you data pads with the files on, but because of the nature of them, they are too corruptive to be trusted to a low-ranked tech priest. And though you aren't properly among the ranks of Magi, you are pretty high up there.
Certainly higher than me. I'm skilled enough to handle this, but I just don't have the authorization from the AdMech. But it does fall to you.
So they want to give you the all of the files that they got from the Dark Mech Fortress, so you can safely examine them, because you're meant to be competent enough to defeat basic scrap codes.
Okay, well, it's time for 5 hours of purification rituals.
You've still got the majority of a month before the warband is back to fighting condition.
And what would you like me to roll? I assume a tech use followed by a willpower. Or a security followed by a willpower, which is basically the same kind of roll.
Firstly, Forbidden Law AdMech, then security, then tech use. You want to get you want to get like 15 degrees of success across the 3 tests.
Okay, so firstly, Forbidden Lore. And it's... I don't... Okay, whatever.
74, 75, come on, 76 next.
And then tech use, you said?
Next is security.
You know what? I have enough fate points. I haven't spent any yet. I'm gonna buy another one to make that 5. All right. And so, what after this?
Security.
Security. Right. I'm not plugging into this with my brain, so I don't have my big modifiers because I'm not dumb.
Oh.
And finally,
Tech use.
okay, I'm not plugging into it.
Smart.
Okay.
I spent a lot of money on maxing out my int.
Yeah, so you hit 22 out of 15. Next, though, I need you to roll +0... Well, base +0 willpower and +0 toughness.
Ugh, you took away... No, wait, my toughness should be back to 40 now. That was only temporary.
Yep.
Okay, so base and base.
Yep.
And that's what I thought. And that's what I thought.
Okay.
I kind of assumed I'd only survive one of these, so...
So... because of how good you did, and because you declared you weren't plugging in, the base corruption was going to be 1d5 minus 1. Unfortunately, you failed willpower by 2, so it was so.
Is it
1d5
possible for me to just buy in again, or?
Hold on. Let me. It will be, but first off, based on these current numbers, the willpower would bring you to 1d5 plus 1, and the toughness would bring you to 1d5 flat. You can then spend up to 2 fate points, because it's 2 tests, to reduce that 1d5 flat.
Okay, well, now I have 1 fate point left to spend.
Did you spend 2 there?
Yes,
Or-
I have 4. I burned my
Okay.
5th.
So you are going to gain 1d5 minus 2 corruption with a minimum of 1. Alright. Though you can purge much of the scrap code, there are still injuries dealt to your Goetia and your soul. They're not telling yet, but in the Inquisition service they will add up.
Which is why, when it comes to corruption, I try to spend as much against that as possible. Insanity, okay.
And yes, you will also gain 1 insanity point.
Oh no. Okie dokie.
I assume that 1 insanity doesn't push you over a threshold.
I'm at 11 now.
Okay. Yes. You have pretty much fully decrypted their files. So I'll start by telling you a small info dump, and then I'm going to invite questions from you and from the other players for more stuff. So, first off, Lev is a research and development station. The tools that the Astartes had in their forge, they are some of the most sophisticated in the sector outside of the principal forge worlds. As such, they can take apart xenotech and, in the hands of heretics, study it and integrate it into new weapons. The las pulsars you faced on Moab, as well as the hell-wrought weapons you faced here, they were designed in Lev's laboratories. Principally, they drew on Tau technology. Shipments from the northernmost part of the planet, but not exclusively.
We know what to nuke now.
Aspects of Eldar tech were incorporated, liberated from the captives of Naxos, and chaotic energies forged them. Yes, Naxos, where the actual Inquisitor has gone.
Oh, balls.
Connect the dots. Connect the fucking dots. He's a traitor.
Well, let Merzendi finish before we continue.
Just stepping in, Snips. What you knew about Naxos was that there was a big fucking Dark Eldar raid there, and regular Dark Eldar raids that fucked the productivity of the mines, and then some Space Marines and Inquisitors came in from an adjacent sector and blew up chunks of the mines to trap the Dark Eldar and restore the productivity. But
I remember all of this.
yeah. It's just, I'm not sure where you're getting the Inquisitor as a traitor from that.
It's Snippy.
Through the art of shitposting.
Exactly, I was just shitposting.
Okay.
I love
Please.
Riv. He can do no wrong. He's the best.
Please continue, Merzendi.
Alright. You can determine Leth was the primary facility for these new developments. Not the only one. Another location. Called Site More is credited with some inventions, such as the Shredder Grenade and the improvements to the efficiency of the Plasma Grenade. But the majority of the weapons you've faced so far were developed here, wrought here, and you can find a schedule of deliveries. Trade convoys would come from a conglomerate of light, and if they broadcast, and dependent on the frequency they broadcast, the heretics would shuttle up various crates onto asteroids, where they would be collected under the by the traders under the cover of raw materials. And the crates delivered on. There isn't a full list here, but you can determine 2 new planets of interest, because they are mentioned multiple times among the shipment logs. Schindelgeist and Gethsemane.
What? Schindler's List in Gethsemane.
Schindler's List and Gestapo made?
Schindelgeist and Gethsemane. You know, I'll bring you over to the sector map.
I blame the space Germans for these names.
Alright. Well, while you're doing that,
Oh my
I'm
God.
gonna have a quick chat with my roommate. Be like 5 minutes. We're dealing with moving out, so
Alright, sure.
God, moving
be
out.
back. Yeah, I'm moving to a different place. This place sucks, given that, you know, my power goes out. So
Yeah, that would make it a problem, I suppose.
Yeah. I do suggest at least one of you is making notes here.
Paper, and I don't know if you can hear it, but I got pencil.
Yes, I can hear. Yes. Schindelgeist and Gethsemane are mentioned multiple times in the log.
Fuck is the Gethsemane?
Far southwest. It is a subsector capital.
Oh,
Yeah.
thanks.
So
I'm
so is
blind.
it? Yeah. No, I had to have it. So that's.
The only other planet mentioned as many times is one that you already have of note. Elysium, in the Bine Moor subsector. Yeah, the very centre of the Gothic sector. This one isn't tied to materials the way the others are. Instead, the notes address subjects. Volunteers, perhaps, or slaves, or... They're not specific, but they address many subjects numbered with 4-digit codes taken from or planted on Elysium. And in some cases, treatment given to them.
Alright. Gethsemane be here?
Mhm.
Where
Yep,
are
Snips.
we?
We're way at the top, but Lee.
Oh, okay. So,
Yeah, I did continue the read aloud because Snippy was making notes.
okay.
But yeah, was Schindelgeist and Gethsemane mentioned as places of material interest, and Elysium was mentioned almost as much. That's a place you already have interest in, but it is predominantly mentioned in terms of human materials, subjects, either subjects taken from Elysium or subjects planted there. And sometimes various treatments given to them.
If I may suggest, if we're talking about a point of order we should do this in, we need to go
Well, hold on, because I hadn't quite finished.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Because some... Ella, you have a lot of forbidden laws, don't you?
When it comes to the Adeptus Mechanicus, yes.
Alright. So... some of the treatments listed with the subjects from Elysium, they draw your interest. Because they're things you've run into in the past with the Mechanicus. Things you don't know too much detail about, but you know they are augmentations of a sort. Augmentations outside Mechanicus's normal purview. because several of the Elysian subjects are listed as receiving Eversaw augmentations, or Calexus, or sorry, Callidian augmentations.
All right.
That sounds bad.
So
Yeah.
not only does that sound bad, but Merzendi, I know there's a lot of lore muddling in 40K, and I thought Elysium sounded familiar. Is this
Elysium
the
drop
same?
troops.
No.
No. Elysian drop troops are from some fucking unnamed world over by
Well, no,
Armageddon.
they are from another world named Elysia in Segmentum Solar.
Yeah, but and I want to point out, Elysium is also the homeworld of the Celestial Lions, which is on the other side of the Dark Rift in the Dark Imperium.
When the Dark Imperium became a thing.
So there's a lot of Elysiums, is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Is this the same one as the Good Boys? The now decimated Celestial Lions chapter.
Not as far as any of you know.
Okay.
I mean, all like 5 of them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There are officially no Space Marines in the Gothic sector.
Remember, they got picked up by their big brothers, and their big brothers are real mad at the Inquisition right now.
Yeah, they told him to go home and repopulate, but there is not enough to make a full squad.
They ran into Helbricht, and
Yeah.
Helbricht not happy about what happened to them.
Mm-hmm. But
Anyways,
anyway,
so Merzendi, continue.
I think that was pretty much it.
Because to bring Graves back to full strength, we need to go to a Forge world. Closest one that is also closest within a point of interest is right here in Vindalek.
No, actually, Stray. You should go to a Forge world, but you have but that Forbidden Law Mechanicus role, you found a loophole. You found a specific bylaw that permits you to resurrect graves.
Oh, I thought it was just a thing to keep him going up until we can go to Vindalex.
No. The adepts were fully capable of that regardless. But because you have, I believe, maxed tech use?
Have maxed tech use and maxed Forbidden Lore Admech.
Yeah, you are capable of performing a cybernetic resurrection. It's just only technically legal for you to do it. If one of your bosses in the AdMech finds out about it, you will probably have to get into an actual, court argument.
If.
If we don't just simply lock this away behind Inquisition protocol.
Yes, that's something I'm very good at. Let me tell you about locking things away.
Yeah, I really just want to go to a Forge world so I can take my elite advance, okay?
Yeah.
Not today, Satan.
In any case, I think that is the full extent of the info dump. So if you have any questions to clarify, any and all of you are welcome to chip in here.
So, does anyone remember that... Actually, no. Fucking Narcia wasn't there. So I'm gonna say this out of character. Remember the First Lord, back in the first planet? That bitch that escaped through the teleporter. She was from Elysium. And
Yep,
now we know that
that's-
all of their fucking modifications were done on Elysium, so they definitely have people there. Might have to forward this to Ordo Hereticus, but I don't think they'll do much somehow. They have a presence there. They have people, and they're definitely heretics. So I can't think of anyone else to be able to do these kinds of operations. This Elysium might have actually been where this whole thing started, seeing as they're corrupt nobles from there. We also know for a fact that the conglomerate of lies is smuggling Xeno and Heretic stuff around
I'm
the
just
galaxy.
gonna interrupt for a second, because I need to step away real quick again. I'm sorry. Do talk amongst yourselves to determine the things you want to ask me, though. 'Cause
Okay.
Snippy and Savin are both on good tracks. Also, Savin, actually speak up so people notice you.
I'm
Well,
noticing him.
someone
I'm
else
reading
was
it.
talking. I just wanted to write that down before I forgot.
Reading it. Although, guys, please let me take my lead advance.
We're not even done on Leith. We shouldn't even be talking about what planet we're going to next. We still gotta fucking
Hey.
murder a bunch of Tau.
Hey.
Hey.
So, you
That's
know
the
how you
least of
want to
our
go.
for what we just uncovered.
You know you want to go and get your little advance, but I guarantee you, we'll spend at least 1.5 sessions on this planet. It'll take
Little
us that
elite
fucking long.
advance. I'm going to become a Majos errand.
Makes okay. You know what? Fuck everything else. We need to get a Magus in the party. That is so fucking incredibly busted because it gives you a free pass to do whatever the fuck you want. Not as an errand, but it's close enough because you'll also be a member of the Inquisition. So technically, you got a free pass to do whatever the fuck you want.
Majos errands are the ones sent with rogue traders and inquisitors, etc.
Exactly. You have so much more power.
Explorators are the really cool ones, but we're not playing a
Rogue Trader.
all robot game. So
Yeah.
I remember the explorers from the first planet. We detected the teleporter. This must come under our control immediately. Shoot any
So,
squishes
yeah.
that get in our way.
So let's look at this logically. Let's not assault a place as like the main hive as soon as we find out what it is. Like the main place where all the big bad is. We should try to squash and subvert their resources first, like Savin was saying.
Smart.
Wait, what is? Okay,
At
so that's
least the best the so even with warp fuckery involved, the worst thing that will happen is we'll at least be able to find out about, like, if we kill enough people and then interrogate them, find out about what defenses we'll be going into rather than flying in blind to Elysium, where the big boss is sitting there twirling her mustache.
all right. But do we know if the big boss is actually in Elysium, or is he in the or is he sitting in Luxor?
Yeah, we don't know. That's a problem. And so rather than stumble upon the big base before we've done the side quests, why not try to cut out his or her feet from under them, either by going here or going over here. Reason why I don't want to go all the way over here is because of the distance we'll take in the warp, and you know how much worse that'll make it.
Me.
But if boop 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 after we're done trouncing on the Tau, so Vindalex, and then short jump, and then over here.
You don't want to spend a base time of 100 days in the warp to get to Gethsemane?
No.
I'd
Oh.
rather
Not
so
particularly.
we're going to need to draw the Tau into a trap here, and then after that, let's try leapfrogging, like what they do in the game. So we'll just leapfrog from uh 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 uh, and then down, 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 and then try to squash as much as we can. Hopefully, on Shindo Geist, which is a point of interest, we can find someone to interrogate and then to find out more about what we're dealing with.
Guys, you seem to be a little bit hasty We are Ordo Xenos, and there's still Tau on this planet.
Yeah, we.
I literally said after we're done crushing the Tau. We already have a plan to crush the
Oh.
Tau.
I didn't hear that. I was
But
too
let's
busy fuming
take
over
care
the
of that
fact
first
Tau
before we
is
start
planet.
fucking about with future plans.
But
Well,
I was also trying to fill out empty air.
I know, but hey, we have Merz back now, so let's move on.
Yeah, so I want your guys' questions.
So hey, does it say where they're getting the resources to do all this assassin implant stuff? Because that seems a little outside normal tech heresy.
Alright.
What?
Doesn't say directly, but does say that the subjects are prepared here and then sent to the Station Moore.
Station what?
Station Moore.
Like that mall?
No, like MORR.
Oh. Okay.
Just some code name.
I mean, there's a planet called MOR right there.
Yeah, that's Bainmore.
Well, it might be a station.
A
right?
subsector capital where there's a whole lot of wicked shit happening in that subsector. So, yes, that may just be the location of their secret space station. Yeah, it's the same place that developed some of their other heretical bullshit. Seems to be where the assassin conversion is finished off, and where the majority of the implants and training take place.
Yeah, we need to stop them making assassins ASAP, because we saw what one of those psychos did. We don't need them having more.
Where was that?
Something called Station Moore. You do not have astropathic coordinates for it.
And since it's not Portma, then
No, MORR.
yeah, Station Moore. And we can see right here where it says Beanmore, but that is just a wild speculation.
Yeah.
So
Hello, dial-up.
I'm sorry, Shay, but that was literally the conversation I had with Savin a minute before you spoke up.
oh, I was trying to figure out Amgel's joke.
Yes, I would also point out, you've not just seen what one of those can do. You saw on Ceiko and through some stormtroopers what one of their Eversol-likes can do. You saw on Moab, also on Ceiko, and on your former interrogator, what one of their other assassin prototypes can do.
Well, that guy was a pussy. I
Yeah,
don't know what
I
you're
got,
talking about.
I got the worst end of the stick.
Fucking okay. We need to give Winter.
Hold up. Say again, Savin.
I said that guy was a pussy, so he doesn't count.
He was a pussy when he met Graves.
Yeah, exactly.
The supreme murder machine.
Yeah.
Look, Savin. You should... If Graves gets in a fight with a Chaos Terminator, put money on Graves.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
He is actually that good. He is not a measure against which anything else should be judged.
Oh no, like that guy. If Graves wasn't there, he would have wiped literally every single person in the party out. So
You doubt Rose's abilities
Well, he
to
did
blow himself up on the enemy's face.
what? No, we're talking about the other one.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll blow him up
That
with
first
myself.
guy wasn't quite as scary as this guy here. Like, not by a long shot. But either way...
He did, however, have stealth technology and a very scary sword, and well,
Yes, he was a
and giant
pinata of loot.
bombs.
Twitch mask.
Anyway, point is, we don't want these guys having more assassins because Jesus Christ, they're horrifying. And every time we've encountered one, poor Pets has had to burn a fate. So,
It's also super heretical for them to have that kind of tech.
well, yeah,
It's
but I mean,
supposed to
everything
be
they're doing
all-
is like super
Wait a
heresy.
minute, I have an idea. These guys are somehow making assassins, which means they must have gotten. They either have control of one of the temples, or they either have were at some point of their lives staffing one of the temples. This is going to require some very, very hard digging, Merz.
So, Snippy, the only thing I dispute with that is one temple. Because so
Yes,
far,
the temple.
you have encountered these heretical assassins in 2 different temple traditions. So far.
Which opens some very, very, very worrying possibilities here. Whoever is doing this must have been doing this for a very long time and must have had a lot of either a lot of time to reverse engineer assassins that were coming after him, or he was just it's not just one, it's many people.
Yeah. But in any case, that musing aside, were there any actual more questions you had that you might be able to get answers from the logs?
Does it
Look
name any
deeper.
other leaders than the 3 we've had named so
Does
far?
it actually name any Tau? Do we have any Tau names, any Tau locations? Because we still have to chase that lead. How the fuck do they keep getting into the system?
Alright, so let's start with Savin. The leaders. Yes. These logs were written by the by the Dark Archmagios King. As such, he himself is not named in them, but some confidants are. The air quotes Inquisitor Killian Mayor and the Gilded Lord Tomias Aurelius.
I don't think we've encountered that name before.
Aurelius sounds familiar, but I'm not sure why.
I mean, that's Marcus Aurelius.
Marcus Aurelius Decimus.
Well, perhaps if you consider the name of the organization Cassa used to work for, the Orate Cartel.
Ah, yes.
I had completely forgotten that.
So the cartel's in on it. I'm gonna shake Cassa a bunch.
You shook her a bunch. I'll just be honest with you. She doesn't know any more than she told you, at least consciously.
Do we know
if you
where
want
their
to try
base
to rape
is?
her,
Rape, you say? I am an expert at that.
no, sorry. If you wanted to rape her subconscious, you could try. That would probably destroy any the friendship between Cassa and whatever character initiated that. But you could do it if you believed it necessary. That is the Inquisition's way.
If any of you do that, I will kill you.
Oh no, I have different plans for Cassa. It's fine.
Your plans are just involve a lot of carpet munching. Anyway, where is the cartel's base? Do we know that?
You have now travelled a bit. I would allow common law underworld rolls at a -20.
Does Cassa have that?
She does.
Excellent.
You did give her her fate point back, so she'll reroll that. No.
Alright, so we don't know that. That's fine.
Unless any of the rest of you have common law underworld or cough cough infused knowledge cough.
Yeah, well, I was waiting to see if that happened anyways.
Hey, guess what?
Well,
what?
2 of us have infused knowledge.
Okay.
The clutch. The
Oh.
fucking clutch. The Arbiter comes in. I know this shit.
Ceiko. You don't have an answer for where the cartel's HQ is, but you know where Timaeus Aurelius is wanted on. Gethsemane.
Mm.
And if he's the chief of the most important member of the cartel in on this conspiracy, and just look at his name, he seems like he is the most. He seems like a very arrogant fellow, literally naming himself after his gang, or perhaps naming the gang after him. The headquarters is probably not far from him. 'Tis very probably on the world of Gethsemane.
I was really hoping we didn't have to do that, because then it's here and then 50 days in the warp before we can hit our next jump off point.
Yeah, it is literally 100 days base to get to Gethsemane. But you don't have to go there. That's just a point of... That's just a significant point of interest.
I say we let the Inquisitor handle that half of the sector, and then we handle the top half, and we can meet in the middle for the final boss.
Well, actually 90 days if you go the northern route.
Still a lot of days in the warp.
I mean, yeah, but let's also be real here. Fucking Loops' ship has regularly quartered the listed distance.
Are we even gonna be able to take Loopy's ship? Because, like, he's got a whole planet to run. He wasn't even supposed to take us to fucking Leaf here, but con him into it. I'm not sure how much currency Juno's pussy has left.
I mean, sure, Juno's pussy doesn't have that much left. Juno's hand has sufficient to cover the rest of the campaign, though.
Wait, you didn't mean that in like a hand job way, did you?
I think you know exactly how I meant that.
I think what she said was yes.
But yes, that is a significant point of interest for you. But anyway, any more questions?
Tau.
Alright, what about the town?
Do the logs mention any direct contacts with Tau? Any names, any ships, any locations? Because we do know these people come in contact with Tau.
Yes. It mentions fairly semi-regular contact with a female Tau officer known as Endeavor. She has often overseen the technological handover, and there are some diatribes against her. Because she seemed to have distaste for Major's King's ongoing self-augmentation and his overall growth, and he wants to do several awful things to her, which I will not specify. Or rather, wanted, because you killed him.
That is one
Thankfully.
thing we do have in common, though, with King.
A blueberry
Both
fetish?
want to turn into cyborgs and do terrible things to the Tau diplomat.
Oh, she's not a diplomat. She is quite clearly the military officer overseeing the diplomats. And in fact, if this is shared with Narcia could make a Tau roll.
Please, I want this to be shared with Narcia. I can tell you many wondrous things about this endeavor. Sounds like a faggot.
Alright. She's a female member of the Fire Caste. She probably does have a natural inclination towards lesbianism, if only because the majority of the Fire Caste are conditioned to want to breed with females, and that includes the females who are actually suited for the Fire Caste and who are not relegated to the breeding roles. But the more pressing matter, rather than her being a faggot or not, is the equipment described in the logs. It sounds like an experimental stealth suit. It, in profile, very much similar to the XV-15, but its armament... Oh, Narcia, you've never heard of a plasma rifle on anything short of the Tau Crisis suits.
Oh god,
Whoa, what?
they're upgunning their fucking stealth suits. They're only... this is retarded. Fuck the Tau. They gave it a chain gun. They have a minigun and a stealth suit. This shouldn't be a thing.
That's their basic armament. They normally have the minigun or the, Tau melter gun. This is a plasma rifle. This is almost a fucking sniper. But better and killier and also capable of auto fire.
Oh, see that last one.
Yeah, it is. Those are nasty.
Disgusting.
This is not something you would normally expect from an infiltration unit. It's experimental, above and beyond even the reports you have access to from the Damocles Gulf. I'll just be frank with you. There is no rational way that the Tau have brought such experimental tech this far into Imperial space.
I could tell.
All of your knowledge about their travel, this should be impossible. And not just impossible, impossible. Like capitalize the whole
You can't beat me any
word.
harder with... You can't beat me any harder with a red flag.
I can.
Please stop.
Bend over.
Ah!
Hey, yeah.
My fucking god, you know, when we're jokingly saying, they might want to invade. Yeah, they would never invade here. Yeah, about that. Yeah, about that.
Yeah. Previously, s- in Tau FTL is slow, but it was theoretically possible they could have sent like a sleeper team from 40 or 50 years ago who would have just recently arrived in the sector. But this is cutting edge tech above the stuff they are using on the front lines. There's something real
So-
fucky.
Either they have experimented and found a better way to traverse space, or a psychic awakening is happening, and now they're finding ways to navigate the warp, which I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe they have found a way to traverse the warp, and I refuse to doubly believe that there would be any human stupid enough to show them how to traverse the warp. And nothing short of a fucking Imperial patrol scrapping one of their ships is going to give us the answers we need for that. Unless we manage to get some answers out of the ground forces they have here.
Or we just nuke the poles and be done with it.
But this is important fucking information. Okay, I need to scour these logs. Just maybe look for any Tau keywords in general. Look harder, look deeper. They have to be more names. There has to be something. How the fuck are they getting here? What are the names of the ship? Is there more than one ship? How many ships are there? I feel like the Magus would have been keeping a track on how many different ships he gets to contact with. Oh, look, this is a slightly different ship than last time. Or look, this is a much bigger ship than last time. Oh, look, there are 5 ships
Yup.
here.
That's fair. Yeah.
No.
He has records of 3 capital ships, all of them battleship class, and another dozen escorts. Only 2 of the battleships ever actually came close enough to deploy vessels down to the surface. One of which is, of course, the vessel you already saw recorded, and the other was much quieter.
This is not good.
Yeah, this is a significant Xeno battle group, much deeper into Imperial space than it has any right to be.
I mean, they're not gonna take any planets with 3 ships, but yeah, they should not be here. This does
3
not belong.
battleships.
Okay. Are these?
Snippy, it's not 3 ships, it's 15 ships. It's 3 battleships and 12 escorts.
I don't know, I've played Gothic Armada, but I still believe the Imperial patrols would be more than enough to give them a run for their money.
Are these pre or post Damocles Crusade battleships?
Post, I believe.
Probably. I was hoping. That's not what
He has analytical models of them. They match the profiles of battleships used on the front line of the Damocles Crusade.
That's okay.
Yep.
I'm thinking of the first one for
That's
the
not good.
I'm thinking of the first anti-Tau crusade where the Tau tried to use just civilian ships that were retrofitted, and it.
Yeah, it's not that one.
Okay, that's the scary. That's bad.
Well, this will need to be reported because this is a huge deal, and we will need to. Okay, this is no longer just us rooting a bunch of fucking dissidents and heretics. Tau have an in. Tau should no longer have an in the sector.
Tau don't just have an inn, but Tau have an invasion force.
Yeah, just have an invasion force hanging around, and planets are being actively subverted left, right, and center, and there's just Tau tech running around our planets and Tau propaganda. That's fine.
Everything's fine.
I think it's about time to start
All right,
mobilizing.
Tobu.
Yeah, this should be forwarded to Port Ma in a not so subtle report. Our asses are on fire. Get the patrols ready.
So, anyways, have we squeezed as much information as we can have, Merzendi?
I mean, have you finished your questions?
Eldar now. I go to the next Xenorace that I found traces of. What about Eldar?
Yeah, straight. The pressing thing here is mostly what you guys want to know rather than the amount of information you have. Because you did really good on decrypting their information. Like, you... Up to a certain point, you can ask me almost anything. As for the Eldar, yeah. Naxos is another fabrication world.
Fuck.
It is, it does not have a Lord Magos there, so it is not suited to its own developments, but the forces of Lord Mayoror have seized several caches of Eldar technologies, which have been handed over, and the former mines have been converted into manufactorums.
Wow, he says manufactorums. He writes out the whole word. That is ballsy of them.
This is his encrypted files.
Still, the fact that they would set up down there. Fuck. They have both the murder sweat goblins to deal with. And any bumfuck miner that decides to go down there, which is probably no one. Holy shit.
Yeah, those mines were officially closed down because of Xeno presence and, you know, the fact that their main entrances were buried. Anyway, more questions?
Any mentions on Eldar? Or Necrons?
No further mention on Eldar or Necrons. It seems the extent of the additional technology came from those those imprisoned on Naxos.
Okay,
Actually,
here's the
I have
most-
another question. So I remember back on Moab, the explorer bro was had his ship in orbit, observing other planets, specifically a night world that had been obliterated. Does this guy have any notes on night worlds in the area? And or like salvaging ancient Imperial tech?
He would. I'll need a moment.
Yay!
Nice.
Night worlds I was not quite prepped for.
You're supposed to tell us that. You're supposed to pretend you have everything laid out. and be omnipotent.
Yeah,
Nah,
but
that's
it's
fine.
easier to just admit I need a minute to look in the book / wiki for this.
God damn it.
Alright. It would also bloody help if my mouse wouldn't occasionally double click the back button.
That's yeah, they used to happen with my old Logitech mouse.
Alright.
It was horrible.
I think that's I can't find the names quickly enough. But yes, there is the most important world near that former explorator is the world of Darkhaven, which as Dark Magus records as having been scoured clean during its abandonment. But he does mention a night world in the Manichaean subsector. Now, every so you guys are on the sector map, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Spin.
Yeah, so you see that big blank thing?
Yes, see?
Yeah.
White letters.
Manichaea.
Oh,
Every planet in that was lost during the Heresy.
Define lost.
Lost. As in, nobody knows how to get there.
That means one of several things in this game, including those whole worlds just being pulled into the warp.
oh,
Yeah.
oh no.
Manichaea. There were warp coordinates to go to its planets, but trying to transit to them either results in the vessel being destroyed or the vessel exiting into empty space. Until at last the subsector was declared forbidden and lost. Now, Lost Manichaea contains, or is said to contain, many great treasures of the Gothic sector. But unless you are willing to go there, unless you are willing to risk the wrath of the warp and whatever has taken root on those worlds since the Imperium was forced away, you'll never have those treasures.
Well,
and now stepping out of character, the Manichaea subsector is basically, if you want to go there, you can, and it will basically be a mini campaign of Rogue Trader while you are in there.
Oh, baby.
It also has the potential to just randomly get you killed because the ship's pilot fucked up a roll and the entire vessel is torn to pieces in a warp storm. And you'll burn fate and end up on a random planet elsewhere in the sector 1 month to 10 years later.
Rock Trader's fun like that.
Bob, the Manachair subsector here, where you can see I have had to manually label it.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yes.
Alright. It's very tiny on my screen. I'm sorry.
Was a big deal during the Horus Heresy and Great Crusade eras. Now, every planet in it is officially lost. Going there is a probably bad idea, but one you could do. Anyway, any more questions?
That's it for me.
Savin?
No, I'm good.
Stray?
They already asked the questions that I needed to know.
Alright. Winter? I don't suppose you have a question.
Winter, ask
I was
about the
nearly about to
Arbites.
joke.
Just ask about the Arbites. Do it. You are an Arbite. This is your field of expertise.
What am I trying to gain out of this?
You know what? I'll just ask for you. Is there any mention about any corrupt Arbites or about the information cartel we found about?
There
Probably
are mentions of the Arbites.
Fuck. I wish that wouldn't get me an answer.
But the mentions are tied to the mentions of Tamias Aurelius. Any intervention of the Arbites should be related to him. Or
Corrupt as fuck.
exterminated at the first opportunity. Alright. Anything else?
Don't really want to go poking around about Tamias because we're not even probably going that way. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, also, I tell you, you can't get much more than his name and the... you know, yeah, you can poke around about Tamias. You can get his name. You can get the fact that he is, the pater familias of the Orate Cartel, and as such, the Gothic sector.
God damn.
The other gang, low-level members of his gang may not know his control is so absolute. Other gangs may not know it is to him they ultimately answer. But he is the supreme head of crime in this entire sector of space.
How does one even attain this power? Through jihad.
Right. Any other questions?
Nah.
Alright. Then we can go back to where we were. Alright, Eloa. You, studied the logs from the Arch Heretic for all they were worth, and with some degree of input from your comrades, you've actually gotten a fair lot of information. Anything else you want to do?
I mean, I need to get my legs back before I can do any of the things I want to do.
I mean, yeah, that's just a matter of waiting another week before, you get your, the rest of your, replacement cybernetics and new augments fitted. There is some debate, however. Techno Executor. Is 3 inches too high?
It sounds like a superb number to me.
If 3 is superb, would you consider extension?
Consider what?
Extension.
I can't believe you've done this, Merz. Fucking straight up TTS.
Mathematical models indicate you are capable of balancing on up to 6 inches of heel.
5 is a perfect multiplicative.
Hmm.
Fine, Merzendi. 6.
I mean, 6 is half a foot.
Oh, actually, no, not 6. Query. 8 is the most perfect number.
Jesus Christ.
It's a lot of heel.
Alternate 4.
Looking at binary numbers now.
Binary jokes.
The division of 8 is supremely perfect. However, due to your overall height, 8 would be excessive. It would result in overbalance and restriction of transit speed without utilization of magnetic levitation coils.
No, I'm just. 4 is. 4 is the perfect multiplicative. Thank you.
Affirmation. Prepare the legs of 4 inches. And the servitors take back the cybernetic legs they had been about to install, and then come back with another set with 4-inch heels.
Built-in heels. Nice. Could you also drop me Lore of the Expanse real quick? One of you people.
Which thing, sorry?
Rogue Trader Lore of the Expanse. I have a question to ask Merzendi at the end of the session.
Are you sure that's its name? Because I'm not seeing anything that is Lore of the Expanse. And there's Out of the Expanse, I think.
Lure, not lore.
Oh, lure. Oh, yeah, like fishing bait. Okay.
Rogue Trader Lure of the Expanse.
Sending it in VCG.
Do have something I want. I lost my stuff, so I have something to look up and then ask on behalf of Bob. But yes.
Yes. You can get your new form crafted. And well, all that you once were is gone now. All flesh that other mortals might have seen. 'Tis replaced with steel and with the Omnissiah's grace. Are you gonna go and visit any of your comrades?
Well, once I have all my body parts back together, yes. I don't want to float like a nugget.
Yes, that was the point of that previous thing. That you got your body bits.
The entire point was getting my legs together so I could go and speak to people.
Yes, who? Well, Juno, Narcia, and Baltus are fully conscious. Ceiko is starting to recover. You may
Drop
be
that
able
lore.
to visit him at a. You may be able to visit him while he is lucid. Until you begin your work, Graves is being kept in suspended animation.
Alrighty. So, the first thing I'm going to do is undergo the logs and then contact Narcy that I am once again operational and have found a new distaste, a new and greater distaste for the weakness of the flesh. I thought I hated it before.
But now you know for sure. I'm so happy to hear that you got rid of it with this latest operation. And
Please
I'll
give
be
me,
even. Sorry, you go ahead.
please give me a full download of all the injuries undertaken by our crew members.
Ah, yes. I thought you might ask for that. It is already compiled and will be sent in approximately 4 seconds.
All right. I am going to review the data, and then I am going to see Cassa.
I'm eagerly awaiting for the moment where you and I descend upon the planet once more and straighten out the local AdMech presence. We also do still need to operate in the Dreadnought.
All things in their time. First, Cassa, then the Dreadnought, and then uplifting the forms of the others. But within within those mighty tasks lies our true enemy. The trap must be sprung.
It'll be a long day.
Alright. Yeah. You can head to Cassa's quarters. And I think just for the sake of having multiple people involved at once, rather than just having this as a session of one at a times, you'll get there and, I assume you'll knock.
With one of my many new squiddlies, yes.
Savin, you here?
Mm-hmm.
Juno was sitting with people when they during their recoveries, yes?
Yep.
So yeah, Cassa as presently plugged into a dialysis machine. Given that given that she is in a full hospital bed, they can expose all of her bits, and it's relatively painless for her. There is a little knock on the door. We all sat with her.
Juno's probably kind of sitting at the bedside holding one of Cass's hands in both of hers and glance up. Oh, see, another visitor. Getting more popular by the day.
Yeah. Come in. It's unlocked.
Oh, trust me, luck would not be able to stop us.
Are you with me? Okay.
Well, I'd love
Sounds
to.
like yes.
And you also
will.
need to see her. I'm a counselor.
I'll slide the door open then.
Alright. So, you slide it open. Cassa does have a plasma pistol sat in her lap, but she is grinning. Sure, luck, Magna, but she'll just pat it. Her fingers don't go anywhere near the trigger.
Oh, you sure like that pistol. We need to get it,
This one's a new one, but playing it safe. One of the tech adepts, Epsilon Charlie 5-3, he was willing to provide me a new one. I think he took care of my old bladder too.
only the best. Oh, which reminds me, I own you this, I say as I put down a fresh new a pack of law sticks next to her.
Thanks.
Can't say I never brought you anything nice.
You certainly brought me somebody nice. Is that you under there, Eloa?
I have been restored to form and have gone over your diagnoses.
Oh,
Greetings, Battle Sister.
Have you had more work done than just your like new leggies and I guess a
I-
face?
If someone would show the token, that'd be nice.
I mean, has that all been done already? I thought you were gonna get like a bunch more work
yes,
done.
that's done now.
That was the
I
first thing
guess.
that was done. My legs were done later.
I see.
Was Shift Z, right, Savin?
Yeah.
Just look at it. She's an actual cyborg now.
Yeah. Externally, there is nothing of Eloa that remains flesh. Internally, there is doubtless plenty, otherwise she would be an abomination. But only machine parts are visible under her robes.
Yeah, Juno just curls up her nose a little bit. Eloa, what have you done to yourself? It's more than was necessary.
I have come closer to the Omnissiah than I ever was before. And what do you mean more than what necessary? I was burned down to the very weak bones that lie beneath my decrepit flesh.
You still had arms. And
I still have
some of your
arms.
torso.
My torso was unaffected.
Juno, please, please don't ask the adept to strip in my hospital room. I don't know if I could contain myself.
I'm pretty sure that machine does it for you, but fine.
If my
Desist.
position didn't require subtlety, I'd be walking down the path that Eloa has gone down right now. Very few in the Imperium are as fortunate as he is to receive such extensive modifications.
It's fortunate.
You have to understand, in our kind of work, in our lines, this is more of a blessing rather than a curse. Not everyone can be encased in power armor provided by the Sisterhood.
I will wrap several of my new, what are they called? The mechadentrils around myself. Now that I have seen your charts and I understand the very depths of your bodily destruction. And thus, I have once again come to reaffirm the offer. Underneath my auspices as tech executor, I can sponsor you into our ranks. As you are, you will need to be hooked up to this machine once a week. But if you were to undergo the holy rites and embrace the true flesh, you would be able to ascend from your interminable pain.
Do you really need to join the Mechanicus just to get artificial organs?
This is not merely artificial organs. Her damage has gone far beyond that. She will need to have the weak flesh torn from her and replaced, a potentia coil installed.
Can't be that bad. Just
Juno, when they put in these new guards, they did tell me that it didn't have a proper waste dispensary of its own. It'd need filtering out and charging back up again, or my stomach would clog and
I understand, Cassa. Please, I am a doctor. I just... There must be some means of repair that doesn't involve force dedicating yourself to a religious order.
Says the Sister of Battle.
The irony here is, if I could physically pack it, reach out and grab it, it'd be enough to bludgeon a man to death.
Juno will just scowl and say, I'm not saying she should not join if she does not want to. It simply seems unfair that one presents her with an ultimatum of join or suffer.
I mean, the ultimatum was there far before her injuries. She's a member of the Holy Inquisition. Remember, I'm sure you were there for that, when she was inducted.
She was suffering before, entrapped within the weak flesh. I only say that her suffering has continued to grow, and once again I offer salvation from a doomed existence.
This way, she will be able to continue her service to the Emperor because, here's the thing, there are hospital bills. Although you might not be able to see them, they are adding up. In the long run, she would be far more capable of paying them off if she could actually serve in field assignments. That's something
Paying
that,
them off. We are inquisitors. We do not deal in such rabble.
well, I do. I have to keep an eye on our expenditures. Be glad you're not behind the filing cabinets.
Even so, all these arguments aside, you would no longer be fit for field duty, for if we end up stranded, you would die. It would be more than a week, then you would die behind enemy lines and not comfortably.
Or just be stranded, strapped to the bed for the entirety rest of your life. Yeah, that too.
That's not. I've heard of artificially biological organs. Don't your Magos biologus grow them? You could find one of them, or
For that, we would need to go to a forge world, and even for that, we would need to spend a lot of influence to do so, and even for that, they would not listen to you.
well, haven't you been harping about wanting to go to a forge world?
I have been unconscious.
Just make the assumption because she's a member of the Mechanicus.
Yeah, I think we can fill that in as a thing Eloa has probably wanted to do anyway.
Yep.
If you wish to go to a forge world and barter, then very well. But remember, among our order, I actually think that if Cassa was given the true flesh, she would fit in well. They are odd and independent.
Juno.
They being the biologists.
The
Right?
biologics do not strip themselves so much of the machine as the rest of our order. They have their own strange methodologies.
There's another thing I want to point out. Juno, it is entirely possible that when we conduct our repairs, we make them as subtle as possible. I have extensive modification done to me by tech priests, but none of it is visible unless you look real close.
See how that's
in,
relevant.
in any event, all this aside, the offer is still there. The decision does not need to be made now. If, as soon as we are done here, we translate to a forge world, myself and Narcia may be able to leverage influence upon a biologist to replace what you have lost. But in the end, it would still be inferior to the true flesh. Good rest, Cassa.
Don't go.
There is much to be done. I have slept for too long.
I know. I know, but she gulps and turns her head away from Juno.
I'll just squeeze her hand. It's alright, Cassa. It's your choice. Won't judge you either way. Do what's best for you.
She whispers, barely audible to you, but easily picked up by the two tech adepts. You'd still be my friend?
Always, Cassa. Even if you end up as chrome as a toaster.
And tell me, what would it mean? What would I have to do to be to... What would change about who I am?
Oaths to be sworn, and a life of dedication to the study of the machine spirits and the quest for knowledge, to benefit all mankind by rescuing the knowledge of the ancients and returning it to humanity. That is our cause, and veneration of the Omnissiah.
I'm gonna be doing half that anyway. If not more. The Emperor, he's one and the same with the Omnissiah, right? The god of man and truth.
The Omnissiah was born of the machine's god will. They are one and the same. The physical avatar of the machine god in the universe, the god in the machine and the source of all knowledge.
Stray, do you have charm trained?
Oh, hell no.
I do. I can help sell this.
Okay. Snippy, sell this.
The Adeptus Mechanicus has existed for as long as the Imperium itself. If you have any religious concerns, I would I would like to just put them at rest right now. The Emperor and the Emperor and the Omnissiah are one and the same. If they were not, then do you really think the Ecclesiarchy would be working so closely with them all these years? Most of the disputes you've seen are mere spats and political power grabs by both sides, because, you know, humanity, in its very nature, bickers with one another.
And it seems a lot more than that.
They want to make it seem more than that. You know how they are.
And Miss Juno?
The Ecclesiarchy allows the belief that the Emperor and the Omnissiah are the same, although there are always inconsistencies in ideology.
Everyone writes their book a little different. Everyone tries to make it suit their own narrative so they may accomplish their own selfish goals.
Savin,
Mm-hmm.
could you roll the deceive skill?
Sure. Just
Oh
gonna
man.
fate point that.
You are the nicest sister of battle I have seen in my entire life, I think to myself. As I'm nervously.
The thing is, like, I'm playing this character as someone who just pities people that don't understand. But Sister of Battle, um, hmm. Well, we'll see how this plays out, shall we?
we shall.
Yeah.
Can I use my charm?
Well, first off, yes, make your charm roll. You're going to be looking for 5 degrees of success to.
Easy.
It's
We're
almost 5 degrees. No, it's not even that. It's like 3.5 degrees of failure.
It's 4 degrees of failure.
Yay!
fate.
Yeah.
Let's both
Hate to make it
fate.
worse, so it's like that, but the opposite.
You know, it's
2
slightly
degrees
less
of
bad.
Success. Would you like to spend another fate to make that 3 degrees of success instead of 2?
Sure, why the fuck not?
Alright. And yeah, while you guys are talking, Cassa will just grab Juno's hand and squeeze it. Juno.
Mm-hmm.
Just 'cause I grew up poor in the world, that doesn't mean I don't know how things are. Thank you for trying to make it seem better, but I know how difficult it really is.
Yeah, Juno's definitely been gritting her teeth through all this, but she'll very gently pat Cass's hand in hers and say, "Their faith has its differences from mine, but by imperial treaty we must acknowledge that they are part of the Emperor's worship, just as we are. And if that is the life that calls to you, then so be it. Like I said, Cassa, if this is what you wish, then I will not think less of you for it."
We will not force you. If need be, we can speak on your
Eloa,
behalf.
please. We'll still be friends, Juno. No matter what.
Well, just don't take this whole technology fetish as far as that king fellow did. She'll give Cass a little wink. But yes, thick and thin.
Yeah. I don't know if this is how the Mechanicus swears people in. I don't know how you guys do that at all, but I'm guessing you want witnesses to prove it's earnest?
It is not so grandiose, not until you receive the red robe. Instead, your trials unwittingly or not, you have already overcome. And then I will recite all the times that she worked with the machine spirits and was torn apart and tormented. These were your rites of passage, your trials. The faith of the Omnissiah does not allow for the weak. Upon a forged world, from your very birth, you are measured and given the length and breadth of your worth. You have proven it over and over. Otherwise, I would not extend my hand in such a way. Your trials are already complete. Now it is time for, if you agree, for you to go to sleep and for you to reawaken as one of us.
There must be oaths, though, right?
The oaths are sworn, but they are not always need to be sworn while you are awake. You will sleep and dream of the true flesh, and it will speak to you.
I
First, the oaths before you sleep, then while you sleep, and then after you awaken and receive your robes.
She looks to the side and then reaches one hand to take one of Juno's. If it is permitted, I'd make the oaths with my best friend by my side.
Juno wonders why it started raining in this room.
Something got in your eye.
Oh.
Eloa will take a deep breath. The final ones you may take, but the first and the ascension must only be done in the care of tech priests, as it always has been and as always will be. She may be present for your robes, but just as I am not allowed upon the sacred ground, on the sacred grounds of the ecclesiarchy when Juno received her commission, so she cannot be when you receive yours.
I invited you
She
to my party.
I literally couldn't go.
She gives a sort of nod, but could she be with us at the beginning? Even if, well, even though she must step away for most of it.
What does my lore admech say to me? Is there wiggle room where the secret, where we do the beginning parts, but then the secret parts we have to kick Juno out and have her sit on the other side of the door?
So I can do you one better here. Juno's gonna take her habit off for one of those rare moments and put it in her lap and say, "I'll stick around till you're out." How about that? You are gonna put her under, right?
Yes, that is a necessary part of the surgery. Although there have been many recorded instances of people.
Then yes, I'll be here when you go to sleep and when you wake up.
Is that acceptable according to my Adeptus Mechanicus lore, Merzendi?
Are you willing to bend the rules?
I would like you to point. I would like you to look at my character, and then I'm playing a. I'm not playing a radical.
Very orthodox.
Yeah, it's not necessarily radical to bend rules for this. It isn't. It requires you taking a step past the firm orthodoxy, but it is not radicalism to allow her.
Very well, then. By right of my rank, I will permit only you to stay until the end of the catechism of ascension. After that, she should be under. You will not be able to be there when she first awakes, but once the catechisms of reforging are done, we will call you back in.
I guess that's the best I can do. Don't worry, Cassa. I'll see you soon.
She'll just reach out and hold one of your hands until you have to step away out of her reach.
So, we'll begin the at least couple hours of holy chants and summon lesser tech priests to aid us in this before we put her to sleep and begin the ascension to the true flesh.
Mm. Indeed you will. Now, DCL, you still here?
I'm not sure he is.
That's why I'm asking.
Dunkles, you are muted. If you're here.
DCL, my dude.
Shit.
I think he's back to dealing with his cousin.
Fair enough. He, he will also have to be dealing with Ascension to the Machine, before our next session, but, for now,
I guess we
can focus on Cassa.
I guess if he doesn't come back, we can send him a large text blurb of what happens.
No, because there are some things that require his choice about.
Okay.
Like, cybernetic resurrection changes base stats, and he's going to either he's going to have the choice of taking like the normal modifications or re-rolling.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. You can put Cassa under, you can support her until that point, and then it's a day later. Well, more than just a day. Like, a day and a half, probably.
So after all of the implants, hypno indoctrination.
Well, How much hypno-indoctrination are you actually going to give her?
The standard amount that all tech priests receive. Well, not tech priest. She's not. She hasn't been. You literally went through the same thing in your fucking Scholar Progenium, dude.
Yeah, but that's to the Emperor, not your stupid toaster god.
Anyways,
We don't care about
not-
what the ecclesiarchy has to say.
not the
This is ours
full
now.
amount of a tech priest because she's an initiate. She will receive the standard hypno indoctrination for the person of her rank.
Aye. At that rank, it is just tuition rather than brain rape.
Hey, I got hypno indoctrination, and now I have infused knowledge, and I know a little bit about everything. It's amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah, and you thought
were
ripping off
brain
your whole
raped.
body was a good idea.
Yeah. Hypno-indoctrination as a whole is not something you want. But, in this case, yeah. A little while later, Juno, you'll receive a message asking you to come to a Medicaid chamber.
We'll do so on the double.
When you go there, the sheets are all red. And the figure on the bed, it is recognizably Cassa, has had quite an extensive series of Bureaucromatics. Hey, Juno.
What kind of visible augments are we talking about here?
Oh, Stray. This bit is up to you.
All right, let's go and look at the true flesh real quick, shall we?
Because she's definitely gotten the trait of Mechanicus implants,
But yes, Hedra, I understand lowering the intensity, but again, my character oversees it, and my character is not an iconoclast. Her augmentations and hypnotherapy are the same exact as I received. So, her implants are now such. Some of the ones you can't see are such as the potential coil, cradled within her cyber mantle.
Please don't
Wait,
go into the details, just...
Aw, I like the details.
We can keep the details for later. For now, I know Savin has to go to bed fairly soon.
Should have gone to
Only
bed
like half
hour
an hour ago.
all right. So there is the cranial circuitry, the cyber mantle, the electrograph, the inductors, and the potential coil. Now then, due to the fact that we did not install any mechadendrite on her, a lot of this is not noticeable. However, at the base of her skull, there is an implant for her cranial circuitry. Her cyber mantle is completely invisible as they are underneath the flesh at this point, but it replaces much of her spine and lower rib cage. The electrograph.
Yeah, in her case, With it being Juno coming in, she's pulled her sheet aside. The cyber mantle is quite visible.
Very well.
What
And
does
then
that look like? Then I guess like I'm just interested in what's visible here.
Yeah, she is. It's like a girl, well, a woman lay on her back, but a lot of the body just replaced with clear machine parts, and it extending further than her spine normally would. And bulges sticking out where subordinate machines exist, and it looks weird and not quite human, but it is still recognizably Cassa.
and it's not clear. She still has her organs and some such.
So she's not
So-
like see through.
No.
No, not see-through. She has in some cases semi-transparent orbs connected up to the main spine network that have the organs in them. And in other cases, just new subordinate cybernetic organs.
And
Right,
finally, she has a jack coming out of the center of her back, which is her electrograft. And it appears that she has, you have seen when Tony Stark got that weird blood poisoning and it just turned into a tattoo and it looked cool.
Mm-hmm.
She has that, but along the lower parts of her hands and legs. Those are her electroinductors. The potential coil you cannot see because it is a power source fueled by her own body's natural electric rhythm.
Yeah,
How's the face?
that's tightly wrapped around her upper spine and heart. If that ever became visible, then the tech priest is dead.
So
At least
nothing.
under 99% of circumstances.
Everyone looks at
sometimes.
Graves.
As she looks right now, as compared to how technologically replaced most other members of your party are, the only difference is a couple of mechanical bulges in her abdomen and a wiggly jack in her back. That's it.
Not quite. Currently, her abdomen is open, so the implants can heal into place.
Well, okay.
And
That'll-
she, on it being Juno coming in, she is pulling the cover aside so Juno can see. Because she trusts Juno to that extent.
Yeah.
Despite their previous fight.
Also, I am a doctor, and yet, like, there's probably like a fraction of a second hesitation, then Juno will just come over and peer into the insides. Have remarkably good stitch work. Hello?
And I will simply gesture to my Medicaid Mechadendrite.
Fine,
Don't-
don't take the compliment.
Give that all the credit. You, you did at least half of that after its staples ran out.
You will no longer require the machines. The machines are instead a part of you.
Oh, good. How long do you
I-
reckon it will take to heal? Hello?
Merzendi, how long will it take to heal?
Some
A
arbitrary
few
amount of time.
weeks.
less than it takes the rest of the party to get themselves back on their feet, I'm sure.
If
It
you
will-
want to put a specific number to it, roll 3d4 minus 2.
I don't think that. I don't
That's
think it
fine.
particularly matters. We can just bench her for a little bit.
You give Juno a number, she nods, with interest.
Now then, I am not entirely without understanding of interpersonal relationships. I will take my leave now and see to Graves. Narcia will oversee your scholarly education, and I will oversee the practical. But for now, rest and recover in the hands of your best friend. And she'll take her leave.
Before you go, we've got you on comms, right? Just in case.
I do believe you, at least due to my machinations, should know the basics of our language. However, if you wish to converse in the lower tongues, I am easily contacted.
She, does say in Technolingua. Yeah, but in case we need you real urgent, my former kidneys start bleeding. Which net should we contact you on for most urgent shit?
I will give her my emergency contact frequency. It would be very embarrassing for someone of my rank to uplift someone to the Mechanicus and then have them die.
Yeah. It's not particularly likely, but let's be honest, she isn't wrong to be concerned.
I will be mere decks away, and I am currently overseeing the Medicae Servitor. I'll gesture to the corner. Do not worry, I will not record any of the information. Merely say my name, and then my interest will be piqued. And I'll give a nod to our local battle sister, and then close the door behind me.
How do you feel?
Gina? But, happened before that, something went wrong and those of us in surgery needed to call for an aid. How are you doing? Well,
As well as ever. It's interesting thinking about having a best friend. I don't think I've had one before. It's nice.
she reaches up with her one good organic arm, squeezes one of your cheeks. That's what you described me as, Juno. Don't go making me a liar now.
No, it's not what I meant. I have my best friend right here. Juno pat Cass's hand. Even if you are now a worshipper of the Great Cog.
The Omnissiah is the Emperor. That's... Now I see it. It's such a stupid misunderstanding. But I don't know how to explain it so you'd get it. It's like... The Emperor's always been with us, right?
Hmm?
But he can't always manifest what he is, what he wants. The Avatar, he focuses that in as the Omnissiah.
I just chuckled a little bit. All right. Let's not start debating theology. It was just a joke, Cassa.
No. Hear me out, though.
The indoctrination's working.
You guys suck.
The Emperor always hears who we are, what we do. What we need. But the Omnissiah hears that as well. She'll hiss this next bet. Not willing to let any of the other Mech Adepts here. I don't know what the difference is. Because it's always the same result. The Emperor, the Omnissiah, they always come to the same point. I don't know why everyone fights about it.
As if we didn't fight about the minutiae of faith, what else would we all have to argue about?
Why should we argue about anything?
You know, his lips tighten a little bit as the jokes just right over her head. She'll sigh and put on her actual, like, proper missionary mentality for a moment. And Cassa, the differences matter for matters of faith. In practical terms, to the average person, even to you and me, there's probably not much difference, I suppose, but there are those whose entire existences are wrapped up in the every letter and word of their faith, and to them the exact details of what religious icon means what, or the basis on which they base their whole worldview, and worldview of their countless worshippers. If you think the Omnisci and the Emperor are one and the same, then that's good enough for me. Like I've said, the Treaty of Olympus says that, for all intents and purposes, that's the same. That's true.
By definition, they are, Juno.
Right. Exactly.
Everyone who claims to worship the Omnisci, unless they reject Mars, they are worshipping the Emperor.
Well, that's great. Excellent. Then you're right. No need to argue at all.
She still sounds quite upset about the.
Just
about
trying her hardest not to
something.
argue. Doesn't want to immediately just get into a religious diatribe debate. He's trying her hardest. Cassa, please.
Would you like to roll charm with a +20?
Yeah, just to derail this conversation onto literally any other topic.
Just give hugs right into boobs. It's fine.
There you
So
go.
about those pies.
Oh,
Nice.
fuck. That's a really high target number. But, fair enough. Yeah. Cassa is confused and she is scared and she is kind of hurt just by the depth and truth that everything else has. It freaks her out, because that's more than she's ever dealt with before. But you can hold her hand through every bit of it, and she's with you. Juno. You are qualified to purchase Peer Admech.
Yay!
Wow.
Most unorthodox.
Yeah,
She's
there's a whole lot of unorthodoxy happening. This is a whole lot of presentation of reality and making the new initiate of Mechanicus deal with the truth of, well, first off, the Mechanicus, and second off, how the Ministorum has to actually deal with it. So as well, Stray, Eloa now qualifies for purchasing Peer Adeptus Ministorum.
Yeah, that.
Okay, I get that I deliberately made this character so that she just thought that people from wait, Ministorum. That people from the Ministorum were misguided fools and not out and out heretics, but
Savin just got you that extra bit.
okay, I guess
have to take it.
yeah, I know. It's just it's you don't understand the, how flabbergasting this is for me being so deep into the lore memes.
This is
I
also plus
understand
flabbergasted.
very well. It's just that, Savin, while dealing with Cassa becoming an admech, has also put in a lot of stuff that would let other admech people get on well. Well, not well, but get on insanely better with regular church people.
So what you're saying is that they fight side by side, they don't have a negative to remember that, oh yeah, the gun should be pointed toward the orcs.
Sure.
So simple. We have so
It's
many
like-
things to hate.
Both sides are like, oh right, those guys are just dumb, they're not heretics.
Yeah.
And then the other side gets insulted because they hear you calling them dumb, and then we're back to square one.
In any case.
Alright, I guess we'll get to raising the other two and then fixing Dreadnought Bro next week.
It depends how sleepy you fuckers.
I did want to set up the ambush this week, but the Cassa thing took way longer than I thought it would.
I know, it wasn't just that, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's true, but I thought it was going to be like a small brush over where she'd think about it for a while, and I was honestly I would have lost a bet on this. I honestly thought she was just going to have us go and then just put in her guts with a Biologus.
No.
Yeah, it's up to you guys. I'd definitely love to fix up the Dreadnought so we could spring our trap on the Tau, but like
I think that would
again,
be.
I don't need to sleep for another 8 hours.
Sleep. No, I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah, I'd rather bring it to a close.
Well, we do still have Ceiko to reintroduce to the party.
We can do that next week. I don't mind.
Are you very sure?
We give him like a 2-minute brush over. Just like, you're fine, you're back. Welcome back to the party, champ.
I mean, that's basically going to be it, because,
I don't really.
everyone, except DCL, yeah. DCL, are you here?
That's a negative.
No.
Let him
he's
say
not.
something.
Yeah.
No.
So, the stuff in the chat has been fairly mixed about his presence, so...
He's still having important talks. He just said a minute ago.
So let's next week we'll just we'll start with Ceiko, then with our local stab boy, and we'll get stuff set up and hopefully do the Tau ambush.
Wow.
Or get ambushed by the Tau, either way. Or face a Tau invasion.
I think this is something I would like to handle today before we finish. Just real
Okay.
quick.
Okay.
I am going to ask one of you who is here to volunteer.
We have to be up because I'll do it.
For what?
No, this is an OOC thing. You are rolling the D100 for something that Lupus's crew may or may not notice.
Okay, yes, I'll do the rolling.
Are you very certain?
Yes.
Can
Put
I
that
do-
evil on me, Ricky Bobby.
Do it. Pets is great at rolling dice.
All right.
100. Here we go.
Well, go ahead. Roll your D100.
Doubles.
Doubles.
I hope it was a psychic roll.
It was not.
Oh. It's okay. We don't notice the Tau stealth ship docking with us. Still
You don't
super
notice
green.
anyone doing any
Alright.
heresy.
Winter, nominate someone after you.
It's Snips.
Ooh,
Snips, roll a D100.
yay!
Ooh, 6. Ding. Snips, nominate someone after you.
7, my man.
Oh boy. No idea
I
what's
don't
going
really-
on.
I don't really give it to Stray.
Roll a D100. Oh,
Right,
for fuck's sake! Could you guys not roll in the middle of the fucking pack? Just
No.
Fine, look,
save and
Stray will knock it out
nominate
of the
someone.
park.
I nominate myself. Owned.
No. Nominate someone else.
Alright, Snips, Stray. You haven't rolled.
Pressing the
Look, I wasn't picked last like in high school.
Yeah, I mean, there's me afterwards.
Aw.
I
Okay, you fucking rolled in the fucking middle again. So I guess it's just...
There we go.
Okay, I was going to actually nominate Bobo after me, so.
Wow, fucking
Alright.
Bob. You should have
So-
put it first. What the fuck?
Here's the unfortunate thing I'll be having to leave you guys on. Lord Captain Lupus is holding his orbit. He's keeping his scans in place. He's in position to bombard any of the major settlements. And, you know, within a couple of hours move to another orbit where he could bombard either of the poles. And it takes you a bit. A few days. And you confirm the Tau presence is at the North Pole.
Yay.
Would you like an orbital bombardment? Would you like a nuclear assailment? Would you like what?
So I feel like if we do that on the North Pole, there's going to be some substantial ecological damage done to this planet.
Which we
So
just
here's
spent
the
a lot
nuke.
to try
Yeah,
to
we-
preserve and then return.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time trying to unfuckulate this world, so
Micro batteries.
yeah, if the broadsides on this ship can hit this thing and not just break up the North Pole ice and flood the whole planet, then that's great. Otherwise, it's Deus Volt time. We're gonna go down there with the
And we
Chimera.
use a tactical nuke followed up by a macro battery barrage, so it's not like a full-on Warhammer 40k nuke.
No.
Fuck. Okay.
Also, you know, a macro battery barrage is going to be fairly inaccurate.
But also, 40k nukes will melt too many glaciers.
Yeah.
We're not gonna nuke the poles.
We did recover the nukes, right? And just
We
leave them
have them.
sitting. Okay.
You haven't properly recovered them as of yet, but you have obtained direct control over 3 nuclear-equipped missiles, which have sufficient payload in the actual body of the missile to reach anywhere in this star system.
So let's
Okay.
macro battery where they think we are, and but before that, let's set off that Tau distress signal in the middle of the fortress monastery, whose defenses we now own. Maybe they'll be confused enough to be driven towards us, or at the very least, they'll know it was us who set off the distress signal and will try to counter our little sneaky giblets. Either way, I was really hoping to fix a dreadnought before this happened. Frack 'em.
I mean, we've just discovered where they are. We can still do other things. It's not like, we have to decide right now. But yeah, my vote is, like, any sort of bombardment probably is going to do too much ecological damage, so we should just go down and route them out.
I'm with
But
Savin.
they have air power that we can't shoot at.
I
They'll
mean,
just shoot us down on the ground.
It is true.
I know we should absolutely do the whole Fortress Monastery defense thing to try and take out their air power. But
I still think macro batteries to try to flush them out is our best plan.
what do we
Rattle
do
them
when
a
we
little.
flush them out?
You rattle them a little bit, then give them a target. Because then they know where we are and they will know that we know where they are.
Like,
I mean,
all right,
sure,
Merz, how
Wait a
much
minute,
damage to
Merz?
the planet's ecosystem is this macro battering the North Pole gonna do?
Depends as to how. It depends a lot. You could do like a specific macro battery bombardment on the pole. You could do an extensive. You could continue to bombard until the northern ice sheet is melted. It's
not give them an Iwo
what do you want to do?
Like, just throw a few rounds on their base, basically.
How about an Operation Market Garden and not Iwo Jima? Iwo Jima's bombardment lasted days. How about, about an hour or so of bombarding the location that we think they are, and then basically do the what's it called, Braveheart, pulling down our pants and showing our ass by pressing the distress beacon at the fortress monastery.
I don't think Market Garden's necessarily the analogy you want to make.
Yeah, neither was that Iwo Jima either.
They fired way off target, but we don't have anyone there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, these guns we have are also super inaccurate, so that will also probably go way off target.
Yeah, but they know that we're gonna fire at a plate, whatever. On a cosmological scale, they know that we know where they are because planets are big. Just because we're shooting in the wrong place doesn't mean they don't know that we're there.
Yeah.
Which means
when it starts falling all around them, they're like, "Oh, okay,"
Yeah, I mean, random chance may indicate that we just hit them anyway, but yeah, Header, we can't pinpoint blast them. We don't have any weapons that can do that.
We can't pinpoint blast them. We don't know where they are, nor do we have the what's it called? We don't have lance batteries. We have macro batteries. They do kilometers worth of
Is
bombardment.
what was the guy we captured called? Is there
Kilometers of
diplomat
scatter.
still alive and still in custody?
He's still alive, just tortured into unconsciousness. Our plan was
Yeah, he's alive but mind broken. However, you did determine from him he didn't know where the base was. They utilized like standard techniques to such that the civilian they were delivering didn't know how to get back to where he was delivered from.
Compartmentalization. So, do I have time to fix the dreadnought before this happens, or are we just going for it next week?
I need you guys. Well, I need you guys to give me that answer.
I see no reason to rush. I think we should definitely
Hmm.
repair Daddy Dread.
I want to repair the dreadnought, and then as soon as I send the all clear for us to just start bombarding the North Pole where they think they are, then turn on the tracking signal. And if we don't hear anything for them in a reasonable amount of time, wake up Bitch Boy and then send our interrogators after him and put him up over the comms.
Okay. So you are waiting before us making an assault.
We've already waited weeks until now.
Yeah,
Took me weeks
Is
to
there
get
anything that gave away their position? Like, is there some huge surge of activity over there, or did we just finally finish scanning the planet in detail enough?
Scans didn't tell you anything, but the information you got from the heretics indicated the Tau base was at the North Pole.
Oh,
well,
what was the rolling for?
Oh, hey, that's true. What was the ruling for then? Okay.
All right.
How quickly you could ready other forces?
Okay. Well, so I vote I repair Daddy Dreadnought so that we have a full fucking Dreadnought helping us when the Tau inevitably make their move.
Yep.
All right.
Any objections? No? All right.
Then Savin.
Mm-hmm.
Your character is the one who has basically married the rogue trader. So I'm going to give this dice roll to you.
Okay.
Roll 1d100.
I wish I had any idea what we were rolling for, but okay.
69. Aw.
47.
Alright. So. So you're in orbit as you're looking into what's happening. There's contact from Augie. Juno, a unknown vessel is moving towards the orbital layers.
Coming or going?
Going. Should I fire?
I'll scratch your chin for a moment. You have no way of identifying them?
Normally, I would, but they have no standard ident codes.
Oh,
Well, it's not an Imperial ship, so yes, go ahead. Take them out.
Alright. So, Woggy's crew rating.
Typical.
Yep. Unfortunate, but definitely typical.
Somewhere on the planet, some small village is going about their normal business when suddenly a macro around, boom, wipes them out of existence.
And
Fudge.
Fucking blueberry.
the hostile vessel has evaded. Scans indicate it is. One moment. No, that would be suicide. Juno. The vessel is Xenos. The vessel is Tau, but
But what?
Juno, possibly others make it onto the bridge. It transited to FTL speeds while still within the planet's gravity. An Imperial drive would be torn apart. The Xeno are either willing to die or are advanced beyond our knowledge.
Xenos witchcraft.
There is a very
What?
small possibility that they might have gotten their hands on some of our archaeo tech at some point, which would make this even more frustrating, actually.
That would certainly explain those stealth suits they're working on. If they can drop them off from stealth without ever going through orbits.
We should have wiped out their miserable race when we first found it.
We should contact the Inquisitor. He will want to know. The Tau can be anywhere and without being detected from orbit.
And they can get there fast. Very fast.
And in stealth.
One moment. Or, no, a few moments. Thank you, Adept. We have traced the path of that vessel. It came from a location approximately 3 degrees westward of the magnetic North Pole. Perhaps there is some information left behind, but even if not, we should prepare for future engagements with these Xeno.
Agreed. The trap has failed. Execute the prisoner, and then prepare our forces for landing. So I didn't have a chance to repair the dreadnought, right? At this point.
Not really. You were kind of fucked up.
All right. So I know it's really late. We'll talk about it. See if you guys want me to stay behind and then fix up the dreadnought so I can try to send them your way.
No, and you won't get them put back together in time.
All right. I guess we'll just try to land with what troops we can spare and which ones that have had their queen seduced by Bob.
I'll be honest here. No.
Okay then. Bridge crew, the away team it is. Next week, frozen testicles time.
We actually get to take the Chimera out. Yay!
Yeah.
Then we get to spin our wheelies and find out the Tower of All left the system.
I did do my best to be honest with the dice. But the dice, well, by the dice, the town have all left and have gone to do their own thing.
So you're saying is a resounding Imperial victory.
Our world is now free of Xenos. We have completed all of our objectives on this world. Congratulations, team. We did it.
We were preparing to whip them out to the last, and they did the honorable thing and fucked off into parts unknown out of sheer fear of the Emperor's might.
Yeah. Actually, one last thing.
Then we see a
very
nuke go
last
off in
thing
their
before
base.
we finish the session. Juno,
Uh-huh.
you're fucking the rogue traitor.
Okay. Yeah, that's how it be.
It is how it be, isn't it?
It is. Yes, it is how it be. How can I help you with this information?
Alright.
You now have herpes.
No.
We're worried about a different kind of permanent consequence, but anyway, what's up?
At one point, you and Captain Lupus are coming out of bed together, perhaps sharing a platter of toast. It is interrupted by one of his astropaths.
Juno will squeal and grab a blanket up around herself.
The astropath will just stick his staff out and bat, and at first attempt to bat the blanket away. Will you
Fucking fight you, old man.
Okay. Then, he waggles his staff in your direction, and then a beam of liquid flame comes from his blind eyes and burns away all of your clothing.
Okay, I guess that's sure. What's August doing during this exchange, by the way?
Well, he was first stepping away to grab a pad, and then looking to the side, and going for a gun, And then his gun has melted, and his gun has joined with your former clothing, and it is writ on the wall behind the pair of you. That is calm. But it is not the calm of calmness. It's not the calm of peace. The calm before the storm. The calm before darkness. The calm before change. This space will... Sorry. This space will be wrought either as that of darkness or of light. There is no in-between anymore. Your souls are decided, absolutes, one or the other.
August, what is wrong with your man?
That was not my astropath. That was a junior navigator. I would suggest you and I both prepare for worst.
I have no idea what's going on anymore. I am deeply afraid.
As am I. But no matter what, I am here with you. Juno.
August?
Will you be my wife?
Oh man, you know what happened the last fucking time I fucking married somebody in one of your goddamn Warhammer games? There's a bunch of prophecy shit happening here. Keep with the fucking Antichrist. You can't trick me again, Merz. I'm out of here. I'm gonna go back to the nunnery.
That's where we're gonna end the session. I'm not gonna listen to your answer first. We're ending here with August Lupus asking if you're gonna be his wife.
Is this fucking insane astropath navigator boy just still fucking standing there shooting fire out of his eyeballs? What the fuck's going on?
No, he's been fucking executed.
Oh, by what? His gun's fucking zippy-zappied into the wall.
No. August shot him in the fucking head. And this is now a bit later.
Oh, okay. I was so confused.
That all seems like one thing.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
all
that was, like,
was
all
one
moving-
thing. I was so confused. Jesus
I mean,
Christ.
it also was. August shot him. He died. It was a week later. But also, the same day he was asking you to join him in whatever the fuck he was doing. Augie is asking you to marry him. Something's wrong.
So
and with
confused.
something being wrong, we will actually end the session.
I'm so confused. What the fuck's going on?
Warp shenanigans, bro.
We've already done the time loop episode in Stray and D. I've had enough of this shit.
No, it's time now. Snippy. Attack the Death Watch. Get us a kill team.
It's time.
Everyone is going to get 1,000 experience points.
Wahoo!
Oh no!
Oh no!
1,000?
1,000.
That means you're gonna try
I'm
to
sorry,
kill
I
us
only
harder.
just came back. The fuck did I just miss?
Oh god, I don't know, DCL. Bad things are happening.
We're
Okay.
doing the time warp again. The Tau lit off a they don't use exactly the kind of warp engines we do, but we're not sure if they were using their kind of warp engines, but they used it in atmosphere. And then 2 events happened within a week of each other at the same goddamn time. And now there's going to be a Tau invasion, maybe some Tyranids, we don't know. It's Merzendi. And now we're just going to call for a kill team.
But hey, DCL, the good news is that once again in a Merz game, a important nobleman has asked my character to marry him, and there's a bunch of weird prophecy shit. So I'm expecting another Antichrist. So this is gonna be great.
To say, didn't that go well for you the first
Yeah, it
time?
went great. I squirted out the Antichrist and got eaten by a fucking Slaneshi demon. So that's nothing's going wrong here. We're great. Everything's great.
Yeah, except like half the problems you just listed were also that. But in any case, you wanna sign us off, Savin?
Yes. See you tomorrow, YouTube, Twitch. We're doing 70 at the same time, same place. Till then, have a good one and good night.